Hello everyone, hello for those who are online, so for those who will be online, and a big welcome for any newcomers that are joining right now. I think we'll have a lot of people coming in. I'd like to welcome the chefs for tonight. They are handling with the most important part of this meeting, which is dinner tonight. We'll have some word from them. We already enjoy some very nice seaweed bread and enjoy the seaweed garments. We have seen all the various kind of biopackaging we were able to make out of seaweeds and other nice food products over there in the exhibition. So feel free to have a look and as well as the works from Runa Ray, who is a designer out of seaweed, because cotton, we tend to forget it, but cotton is 2% of the cultivated land and 25% of the pesticides and requires a lot of water. So anyway, seaweed has to come to life, and we are in this early stage. So we are all together here for this Seaweed Day. I'd like to launch that Seaweed Day today, which is the first event of its kind, hopefully not the last one. And a Seaweed Day is required because we have a lot to deal, and I think we are feeding our next generation with a lot of anger, stress, and drama while growing them. Being the father of 3 kids, I have to say that it's not easy, because we are feeding them with anger and drama, and I like to feed them with hopes and solutions instead. And I think this seaweed revolution may be a very nice solution to many things. One thing I'd like to remember before we move on to the conclusion from this morning, everyone, and I'm speaking, I hope there's not too much German here, just to remember, we won the First World War because of seaweed. Thanks to seaweed, actually, for those who ignored that. Just to tell me the short story, back in 1910, all the chemicals input were provided by Germany. So when the US were feeling that the world will be at war against Germany, they had to find a very quick way to produce a lot of potash, to produce gunpowder. They were running out of solutions, actually, and the best way they found to produce a lot of the needed material to do potash was to use the kelp forest in California. And over a couple of years, they find a way to do it, and they grew big factories in San Diego. And if you go all across the coast, and if you go in San Diego, you will be able to see a place called Gunpowder Point, which was the biggest factory for gunpowder production out of seaweed. It was protected by a lot of people, because of course they were fearing that the German would bomb it, because that was really where all this basic material was done, and there were, most of the gunpowder that was provided to the British Army and the others, that was coming from California, that was made out of seaweed. Incidentally, they found that a strange thing going out of algae while manipulating them to do this gunpowder. They call that alginate, and I think Frank, who is with us tonight, can thank them, because they found that incidentally, randomly, alginate. They also found that there was some liquid going out, and they really didn't know what to do with this liquid, so they decided to burn it, because it was burning very well. Actually, it was biodiesel, too bad. It took 30 years after that to discover that this was biodiesel, biofuel. So all this gunpowder were produced, and they won the First World War. And of course, it collapsed after the end of the war, because there was no need for potash, and because we were happy to buy the things from Germany. Once again, the key takeaways from this story is that the only time in the modern history in the Western world where we really industrialized seaweed was because of a war effort, because it was a war emergency. And I think we are sort of in the same situation with our climate. And we are at war with the consequences that we have generated on this planet with our existing systems. And we require the same kind of effort than for a war back 1 century ago. So I hope all together we will be able to industrialize this, and in a nice way and in a regenerative way once again, but to create all together a solution to face the very demanding situation we are in right now, and to provide solutions and hopes to our next generation. I think that's the ultimate objective we have right now. This is at least the objective of this Seaweed Day. And I'd like to thank everyone for joining, and I will give the floor to my esteemed colleague, to try to summarize a bit what was said this morning during our first annual meeting, which was the direct consequences of the steering committee we had today. Stay tuned. We will have a lot of very interesting speakers over this afternoon. We will have a very nice seaweed cocktail tonight, and with a note from our chefs here. So a lot of fun to come and a lot of interactions. But I'd like to give the floor to maybe Philippe, so he can summarize a bit what was said this morning.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. It's really a pleasure to introduce what we have achieved this morning in our first annual meeting in presential, of course, with also some colleagues attending with remote access. It was a very important meeting because it was the first time we can share the activities of the Safe Seaweed Coalition, especially all the activities which are run by the Secretariat on a daily basis, and all the efforts of the colleagues which are managing the project. Kevin and Azedine and Nichola are really with an effort of every day. And so that was the possibility for us to present that morning, and especially to show how the coalition is improving in terms of growing with the larger number of members. We are reaching more than 700 members for this coalition. We are really reach the first objective we had, which were to create this community. And this morning we exposed about the different way we are working for improving the functioning of the coalition, and how we will move also for a next step for the evolution of the coalition. The coalition was initially created by the efforts on the funding of the Lloyd Register Foundation, together with my organization, which is in fact a research organization, and it is not common that a research organization invests in its time in building a coalition. We are much more dedicated to research, but in fact it was very important at the beginning to start this coalition with our effort to really provide really strong scientific guidance for building this coalition, and to really pilot this coalition from a scientific point of view at the beginning. And of course bringing also all the networks which could be provided by the academics in the sector, but also with also our strong relationship with the industrial sector. And then by the cooperation of all the colleagues from the Lloyd Register Foundation, and also very rapidly from the UN Global Compact organization, we were able to build the first step of this organization, and really to launch what is one of the main activity of the coalition at the moment, which is to redistribute a part of the funding from the Lloyd Register Foundation towards projects. So we are willing to provide seeding money for as much as possible as project worldwide and in every continent. And last year we funded, we granted 16 projects, and you had the opportunity to see a few videos from these granted projects. We have now also decided yesterday with our steering committee to fund 7 additional projects, so that will make the coalition involved in supporting more than 23 projects presently. So that means we are increasing in terms of impact. We are willing to measure this impact as soon as possible. We will have the first reporting, midterm reporting of the first project we were funded last year. So that will be an important step which will allow us to improve. And I'm sure that Eric will continue after me to enhance what we have decided is to move progressively from the management of the coalition by the CNOS toward a management done by the UN Global Compact organization, especially with a relay of all the local organizations within the Global Compact. And that will be an important step for the coalition. We will provide with the label of UN for the coalition. We will strengthen our visibility and also our way of interventions. I will just finish my few minutes by just stressing that this morning we announced the granting of a very important project in nearly all continents, which will be really targeted to improve safety in the seaweed sector. So they will be related to consumer safety, and we will continue to improve our investment for increasing the consumer safety by really working on the potential threats which could be you could face when you are eating seaweed, but also with the pleasure you are also with eating seaweeds. We will also fund new projects toward the development of important steps in the cultivation to secure the cultivation steps, especially in tropical countries which are facing, for example, typhoons. We will have this type of interventions. And again, we will also fund provide seeding money for new type of organization, which will be a very important relay for the coalitions. They will provide hubs in the different regions, especially, for example, we will fund a project in Oceania. We will develop this kind of hub to improve the safety and work on the standards which will be adapted for the local developments of seaweed production in this region. So that was a very important aspect we discussed this morning, in addition with what will be added by my colleagues Eric and Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip, and thank you, Vincent, and good afternoon to everybody. Great being here. Great to have a Seaweed Day. I mean, that's a strong institution, and soon we're going to have an official UN Seaweed Day, I'm sure. We'll make that happen, and I'm really glad, you know, we were partnering up with this project very early on, and as I said in the morning session today, that the ocean work at the UN Global Compact, we tried to take the 10 principles of the UNGC and the 17 SDGs and guide the industries and the NGOs on how to get there. I know no other segment that we're working with is ticking all the boxes. Seaweed really is a multi-use tool for the world to get to the world we want. And that is fantastic news. It's a long tradition, you know, especially in Asia, to use seaweed, but there are some traditions in the rest of the world as well. But we have to scale up, and we have to do that in a safe and sustainable manner. And this is the momentum of time that we are in the middle of. And it couldn't be more timely to have a seaweed coalition than now. And I'm so happy to see it so global. It's so diverse. You have NGOs, academia, and lots of companies, small-scale companies, but also increasingly larger companies coming in. And I think it's very fortunate that we have a strong organizations like LR and the LR Foundation that can kickstart this with a grant program. And through this grant program, our ambition is to attract mainstream funding and mainstream capital. And that is the main mandate of the UN Global Compact, is actually to grow the business, to grow the sustainable business in the world. So the investors can divest from unsustainable business and invest more in sustainable solutions. And lately, thanks to the work of this fantastic team and all of you and all the partners, we are seeing a very rapid growth in the appetite for seaweed, literally in the UN system, being in the IMO or being in UNEP or UNDP or FAO, of course, and the Secretary General himself. This is fantastic. This is part of the Tomorrow Solutions, and it grows very fast, as we know. It's full grown in 6 months, so we can actually start working on this now and have the solutions rolled out in our lifetime. And that is, I think, gives an optimistic flair around this. And we have some very serious players entering this market now. And I think we are, from next year, we are moving the whole work to the administration part of the work to the UN Global Compact together with CNRS and all the partners, so that we can make sure that COP27, COP28, all the other UN processes now formally take the seaweed perspective into account, bring in the private sector, the academic players, and the NGOs, of course. And there is an increasing growth also in interest from governments. Many want to grow their ocean economies. This is clearly a part of the sustainable ocean plans. and marine spatial planning plans that are being developed now very rapidly. So this is extremely encouraging. The Young Global Compact, we have 70 local networks worldwide. Not all of them are seaweed experts, but they are experts in facilitating private sector collaborative processes together with NGOs and science. They're experts in human rights, labor rights, environment, climate, and anti-corruption. That's the core of the UN Global Compact. And with these tools, we're going to deliver on the 17 SDGs with seaweed on the plate, in the car, in our medicines, and as our carbon sink. So fantastic to be part of this journey with all of you. This is what we call the rock star of the ocean. It's the seaweed. And of course, we have a natural rock star being our main ambassador for this. But all of us are playing in a band behind him. And we just have to make this, really get some good rhythms to the song. So, Vincent, thank you for leadership and thank you for having me here.
Well, thank you both for all of this. Just to clarify, I mean, the CNRS will be remain fully in charge of the scientific direction and the coordination of the project. And of course, it will be mostly an administrative move. So the team will remain the same, hopefully, and will continue to deliver. We are here, and I'd like to thank the UNGC Portugal team, Anabella, Altis Portugal, for welcoming us today here. A great job, and I'd like to welcome on stage now the local host, João Navarro, who is the president of the Portuguese Algae Association of Producers. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I have a very small presentation. It's already there. Well. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm really very happy to be here, but most of all, I'm very proud to be here talking to you as president of the Portuguese Association of Algae Producers. Can you move on, please, the slide? Where? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So ProAlga is a non-profit association with the objective to promote, defend, and to foster the interest of the algae producers in Portugal. And also we want to represent all the producers within the decision levels of powers. Well, our association is an inclusive association, so if you are algae producer, macroalgae or microalgae producer, you are in. You just need to demonstrate that you are in fact producing and selling seaweeds or plankton. Our activities until now, we are very, very active in this, of course, all of you know this standard definition for algae and algae products, the CENTC 454, which is one of the most important things that is happening in Europe related with algae. We are trying to get the standards for our products. We are trying to get the standards for the way we measure what we are doing. We, as ProAlga, are also part of the Portuguese Commission that is trying to transpose all the decisions from the scene to Portugal. Okay. Also, we did some work with the GRC related with that document. For sure, you know, they released last year algae as food and food supplements in Europe. We gather a little bit the Portuguese people in order to add some value to that document. Nowadays, we are working a bit in the organic certification for algae production. Some problems have arisen recently related with this, and we are trying to solve this together with some colleagues in other European countries. And also, we are trying to do a joint venture between our partners in order to go for some novel foods authorizations processes. Well, now I need to apologize. I need to apologize because the president of ProAlga now is a microalgae person. So I'm a plankton guy. I'm not a seaweed person. So apologize for that. The last president was Elena. She's there, so she knows much more about seaweed than myself. And the next president will be also a seaweed person, so we try to balance the things a little bit. So apologize for that. And also, I want you to apologize the fact that, well, I'm talking from this very little country in the corner of Europe, and there are people in the world that know much more about seaweed production, about seaweed problems than we, and we are more to learn and to collaborate learning than to teach. Anyway, this is a little bit my view, our view about the current situation. And first I want to thank you, not only those that are in the room, but also those that are following us online. Thank you because, well, I think we are getting there after all these years working around the seaweeds, around the algae. I think we are reaching some kind of good thing. I think we are part of the solution. We are part of the solution from the world. Though we are moving worlds, we are moving from the past where we were some jigs around growing things in the ocean. I'm in the field for 30 years, so I know what the field was before, and I know what the field is now. And believe me, we are having a very, very big momentum, and we need, of course, to use it and to grow with it. Because, well, I think soon we will be providing massive amounts of product to the globe. We start being in niche markets, trying to get the value, niche. We are growing, and there the seaweed people is leading, growing the business. The products are reaching more and more people, and I think in very short time we will be reaching all world with a lot of very nice things. And I think that this is also something that we need to think about, because until now, well, we are doing a very good job moving the business greater, bigger, but when we start to mess with already established businesses, we will start to have issues, we will start to have obstacles, we will start to have hurdles, because when you are a cool small guy, you are a cool guy. When you start to have power and to be in the market and to threat other traditional businesses, you start to have problems. Everybody know the lobbyist power that are in Brussels. We don't pay for lobbyists, at least we don't. There are a lot of big corporations that do it, that are installed in the market. So we need to be a little bit, with strength, but careful. We need to go very, very, very careful. And for that, we need to put more effort on the regulation. We need to understand more. We need to push more regulation. We need to start that fight, to fight that fight stronger than we are doing now. We need to do a lot of work in metrics on sustainability. Because sustainability, in fact, as Vincent told, it is our biggest weapon. We are sustainable, but we need to measure it. And we don't only need to measure what we are doing, but principally we need to measure what the others are doing. Because there are no standards for sustainability. Sustainability, it is a vague issue, and everybody is measuring it in the way they want to measure. And there are some people that are not measuring sustainability targets very well. So we need to be very careful about this, because we are now facing a big greenwashing all over the world. Nowadays, everything is sustainable. Everybody is sustainable. Every product is sustainable. So we think, in fact, that we have the momentum now, and that this momentum oblige us to collaborate with each other. This is not time for IP protection. This is not time to secrets. This is time to be strong together, collaborate. Let's put the industry very high, and then later on we can think about competing more than today. Today is a day to collaborate more than other thing. Okay, so I just want to wish you a very nice working session. Sorry for these words. I hope you have a nice day in Portugal. And if you have need to contact with us, you have that there, our email. We will be more than happy to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, João. Good afternoon for those here in the arena. Good day to everybody who is online. While we prepare for our next session, we want to try something a little new because this day is about you, for you, with you, so we want to hear from you. So please get out your cell phones. We want to generate a word cloud. What does seaweed, how does seaweed contribute to sustainability? So to do that, and bear with us because we're just trying this for the first time. We haven't tested it. So we need to give instructions to the audience on how to do that. And I may not be seeing those, but you might be seeing those. And what I'm going to do is actually ask our wonderful tech guy in the back to tell me what to say. Because I don't know what to say right now. Everybody have your cell phones out. Go to the Mentimeter website. This part I know. What I don't know is the code to ask you to type in. It's now on the screen. Excellent. Thank you very much, because I'm not seeing that on these two little screens here. So please, if everybody sees that, type in the code that you see. The code is 11784324. Let me repeat that. Once you are on www.menti.com, type in 11784324. And this is for people in this room. This is for people online around the world. And once you're in there, how does seaweed contribute to sustainability? Type in one word, type in a sentence, type in as many times as you want, and let's see what comes up. We're already getting some fascinating stuff, which I can't see here, so I'm going to have to turn my side to you. Bioplastics, jobs, carbon sequestration, regenerating coastal ecosystems, carbon capture, water quality improvement. Listen to this, alternative livelihoods, feeding a growing population. Keep going, this is great. Let's hear more, because this is what this conference is. This conference is about SDG 14 in the ocean, but what we're about in this session today is how is seaweed contributing to sustainability beyond its multiple ways of contributing to its fantasticness in the ocean. So let's keep going. Food, with an exclamation mark, thank you. Sustainable consumption and production, biodiversity, carbon mitigation and sequestration, carbon capture, clothes with an exclamation mark. By using sweater instead of fresh. I think I needed to talk with the person who put that in. I'm not sure I understand. Livestock feed for methane reduction. Sustainable food, alternative to catch, nutrition. We're going to be able to capture all of this, and we're going to be reporting this back to you. So at some point, this should generate a word cloud, and our team will work on this behind the scenes to see if we can put up a nice word cloud in the end. And keep going. Azadine, do we have to close this out? Azadine, do we have to close this out at some point? Or can people still contribute while we move on to the next segment? We'll leave it open. We'll leave it open. Please keep typing in, and we will see if we can generate that word cloud for you. And in the meantime, I have the honor to introduce our next segment. So thank you all. Thank you all to you in the room. Thank you to those online who gave us your views on the many, many different ways that seaweed contributes to sustainability. Now we're going to talk about seaweed and food. So whoever was putting in food with the exclamation mark, yeah, you're right. And we are so lucky today. We're going to start out the panel discussion, first of all, with a conversation. My friend and colleague Paul Newnham of the Chef's Manifesto, who runs the SDG2 Advocacy Hub, he's the director of the SDG2 Advocacy Hub, has kindly brought us in a couple of chefs. Chef Connor Spacey, who is the culinary director of Food Space and who does, amongst other things, seaweed ice cream, and the chef, host, recipe developer and tester, food TV, food activist, TV personality, Grace Ramirez. Thank you. So Paul is going to chat with them. He's going to interview them for about 10 minutes, and then Paul will leave, and they will stay, and we'll bring up a couple of other panelists, and I'll come back, and we'll have a moderated chat. Thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, there was an order we were told to sit in. So, well, thank you. It's so great to be here today. It's really, really exciting to just see that the Seaweed Coalition coming together, and it's been great to kind of track along with the team as that's been developing, and so really good to be here with you today. As Nichola introduced me, my name's Paul Newnham, and we lead a coalition around Sustainable Development Goal 2, but really looking broadly at its intersection with all the SDGs. And so we're working across there. And as part of that, we worked with chefs to create a Chef's Manifesto, which is built on 8 thematic areas that are tied to the Sustainable Development Goals. So today, I'm not going to talk about, don't want to have a conversation about the benefits of seaweed, because I think you all are here because you understand that. So we're not going to talk about that. We're going to assume that you all agree seaweed's a good idea, and we're going to talk a little bit more about food. But so I just want to start out, a little bit of an introduction was given, but Connor, what do you do?
Hi everyone, my name is Connor Spacey. I'm from Ireland, obviously an island country. Seaweed, we have a great history with seaweed. I'm a chef, so I use seaweed pretty much every day in our kitchens. We have kitchens right over the entire country, and I see it as a mission, really, to reintroduce people to seaweed, because it's something, especially in Ireland, that we have lost. We don't necessarily see it as a food. We see it more as beauticians and makeup industry and that kind of industry. We don't necessarily see it as a food because of past history. So seaweed's a huge part of what we do in our dishes, and I find it very interesting the language we use and how we market it to people is the key to getting them to eat more of it. So we spend a lot of time and work on that.
Yeah, we're going to dig into that in a second, but go, Grace. Is this on?
It's not working. Fun fact, Connor, can you show your seaweed tattoo? There you go. So if you need a proper ambassador in Ireland, here you have your guy. So first of all, this is amazing. We're celebrating Seaweed Day. This is very exciting. I'm Chef Grace Ramirez. I do many things, but I'm proud to be Chef's Manifesto ambassador. And, seaweed, I used to be that weird kid that ate seaweed like from the rocks and put it in my mouth and ate it, and I thought it's like tasting the ocean. So I'm not, but I understand people don't have that relationship with it. So, one of our missions has been, how do we make it accessible? How do we make it sexy? Because that is key. You have to make this accessible, you have to make it sexy, you have to make it fun, and you need proper ambassadors to do so. Marketing and education is key if you want to incorporate seaweed into, yesterday we cooked a beautiful dinner, and, he made the most delicious seaweed ice cream. We actually demanded this ice cream. We had cooked in Dubai, and we're like, you're bringing that ice cream back. It's so tasty. It's so beautiful. And I personally made, that you guys all love, it's a seaweed cracker, right? So It's dark ink squid and nori, and it looks beautiful, and it's crunchy, and it's delicious. It's like a burst of flavor. So instead of having, I made a take on a shrimp tostada, a tostada traditionally from Mexico, and I would have used a corn tostada if we would have been in Mexico. But here I did a nori black ink tostada, and it's beautiful, and it's sexy, and it's delicious. And I can't stress this enough when we're trying to I always say it's like when kale got in style. How did everyone started eating kale everything? Because of a massive marketing campaign, and it became cool to eat kale. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what we need to do with seaweed.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I mean, those dishes were amazing. But, most people would grab seaweed, look at it in the kitchen and go, what do I do? Whereas you guys obviously have a lot more creativity in that sort of starting point, and you've experimented. But if we're going to kind of drive forward seaweed and get people to appreciate, and there's some different elements here, because seaweed is not one thing. Yeah. There's many. It's also, people don't understand when and how it's best. So you guys might, but consumers, eaters don't. So just talk to us a little bit about how you approach it, how you've kind of found that, maybe some of the seasonality that you've brought into that, and then we'll talk a little bit about some of the biodiversity as well, and just how you bring that into that concept.
Yeah, so my take on it was that, there's lots of trends on land around foraging and seasons and, picking wild food and eating it, and never that attention ever given to the shoreline and the ocean. So I use that same idea to attract people that are on the coast. Obviously, we're a small island. To educate them in the seasons of seafood, which there are many different seasons, and that it's a food. You know what I mean? And to attract them to forage it and go out. And so what was being cool on land, I'm trying to bring that to the shoreline. I suppose from talking to a lot of consumers, the biggest feedback is just as you mentioned. People don't know what to do with it, or how to eat it, how to cook with it, and it's this gap in between. As chefs, yes, that's what we do, and consumers that come to our restaurants and cafes and so on get to eat it, but they can't replicate that at home. So I think, for me, it's trying to break down that barrier and make seaweed simple. In terms of showing simple ways to cook with it. We would use many different things that we actually sell in our cafes and all as well, was to reduce salt in our food. We would make a seaweed salt. Very, very simple. And showing people how we do that, and we sell that where they season their food with seaweed. We would use kelps and rack seaweeds and all so on for our stocks, rather than traditional chicken or beef or vegetable stocks or even fish stocks. They're all seaweed based.
And the flavor is?
The flavor is, you can't replicate that flavor. This umami taste that you get from it, and people comment on it and go, "Wow, that's I love that dish. That was fantastic." And then I tell them it's seaweed, and I work out very clever the use of language, because if you had a menu that contained seaweed and mentioned the seaweeds to a consumer, that can be very overwhelming, because they don't know. And if you mention the type of seaweed and what it is, they don't know, and they can feel very overwhelmed and maybe not comfortable to order it. So we actually feed people seaweed kind of under the table without them realizing it. And then when they're eating the dish, they kind of go, wow, and then I'm happy to comment on it and explain to them what it is. And I find I've had more people consuming it by the language we use.
Yeah, no, I mean, and this is something that this approach is really important, because I think sometimes in these kinds of conversations we get into, let's give everyone all the information, let's educate them. But people don't make choices based on education. They make choices around, in particular with food, around cost, convenience, and taste. So if it tastes great, and then you tell them, oh, by the way, that is because of the seaweed, they go, but they might not order the seaweed in the first place. And I think this kind of these kinds of partnerships and these kinds of connections are really important, and perspectives. And so, I wanted to
I think I would add to that is trends. We saw a massive. I do food shows, and the TikTok trends and the Instagram trends. It's real. So how do we educate a consumer? I started during the height of the pandemic, I started doing kelp noodles. You know, I love kelp noodles, and you know, instead of having a bowl of pasta, a bowl of bolognese pasta, I was teaching people about kelp noodles, and it's delicious. You don't miss a thing, and it created like a whole buzz around it. And I think that is it's. I always say it's many elements, right? First of all, it's food innovation. So we need the right products that are affordable, accessible. Then you need the education part, and then the trend part to really move. You know, we work in the food space at large scale, so I'm trying to incorporate at a massive scale some, you know, seaweed product, but you also need to have it be a trend. Right, because a TikTok trend is real, and I think that's why if we don't have the tools to say, or if it's too expensive, so affordability is also key, right? It's like when we started saying to people, buy organic. Oh yeah, but you know, most people would be like, I can't afford to buy organic, you know. So that's another massive element to this.
Yeah. No, I think we're going to bring on a couple of others onto stage, and so I think I'm going to hand back to Nichola. But this, we could talk about this for ages.
Yeah, I could talk about seaweed.
We were talking about this in the cab on the way here.
Yeah,
it was great.
I know. We love to talk about seaweed.
I'll hand over to Nichola.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
My mic maybe not be Is my mic on? Yes, it is. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. We really appreciate your doing this. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our panel. So Connor and Grace are going to stay on, and actually, I think we have an extra person on for this panel. Flower, you are welcome to join us. What we had intended for this panel is for us to be joined by Gabriela de Cruz, who's one of our youth representatives, global youth champion and founder of the Good Ocean, Lisa Bolton from Nestle, and Philippe has come back to join us as well. So we'll be seeing Flower a little bit later on, and I'm going to join you sitting over here. So each of you...
Hi, Gabriela. Where are you located? Where is she?
I'm usually based out of Goa, but I'm currently in the Netherlands.
Oh,
so
it's good to know where people are.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right, Grace. What we're going to do is they have been tasked with coming up with a couple of short remarks, initial brief remarks on how, so what is your take on how seaweed contributes to your respective SDGs and any partnerships or scientific solutions. So Lisa, let's start with you. Then we'll turn to Gabriela, then Philippe, and then we'll turn back to our chefs and all of you for a very organic conversation. Lisa, over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It is such a pleasure and a joy to be here with such this organization has just been fantastic. Where to start? So Nestle, many people might not know that they're already eating seaweed within many different Nestle products. So it's more of a hidden ingredient, so within the thickeners, the gelling agents, the binding. What we would love to do is to put it out there as a hero ingredient, so really have it at the top of the list of ingredients. How to get that across in the right product. So I would love to talk afterwards about ideas and how
we have many ideas.
Fantastic. And it's really fully aligned with all of our values in terms of the affordable nutrition, our commitments towards net zero, responsible sourcing, even in terms of our packaging. So it ticks many, many boxes across the board for an organization like Nestle.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Let's go to Gabriela. Let's hear from you, Gabriela.
So I work in India, and I think for me with seaweed, we have this incredible opportunity to help people switch towards alternative diets. A huge concern in India right now is the fact that almost 1/3 of all of the fisheries that we have that lands on the coast goes into something called feed for poultry and fertilizers and a range of other industry. And the fisheries industry is growing a lot more extractive, and fishing communities don't really make the profits that they need to make to earn a decent livelihood. And I think seaweed in that sense is a fantastic opportunity to change things around. And food plays such an important role in this. And I feel like new food new seaweed supply chains that offer people high-value, nutritious food could be a way of also helping coastal communities switch from an extractive industry to one that's more regenerative. And I think just like Grace and Connor were saying earlier, we need to also stop looking at food through the lens of, seaweed through the lens of, say, just Japanese cuisine, or, that it's this great food that we need to eat. We have to make it taste fabulous. And we also have to make it taste like some food that people are used to eating. And so in India, while we're largely vegetarian, we're also not very used to eating seafood. So seaweed in that sense becomes quite a challenge to incorporate into our local cuisine. But what we're really good at is making pickles. So what if we were to make some fantastic seaweed pickles that, every coastal state in India could have their own seaweed pickle, or, various other dishes that seaweed could be incorporated into. So I think while we need more ingenious chefs on board to do this, we also, like Grace was saying, we also need a significant amount of popular demand for seaweed. And I think that's something that we could also achieve by popularizing it among young people who are also very concerned about eating better these days.
Thank you so much, Gabriella, and thank you for challenging our chefs. We'll give you a few minutes to think about how you're going to respond to Gabriella's challenge. Turn it to Philippe now.
Yeah, thank you, Nichola. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel this afternoon and to talk about seaweed for food, because, of course, I'm coming as a scientist from Roscoff, from a place in Brittany, France, and we have a long tradition for seaweed in Brittany, but not for food. But we have some pioneer, which started nearly when I was starting my career as a seaweed scientist 30 years ago, which were promoting for the potential of harvested seaweeds for human food, and they developed they were very creative at that time to create some recipes for seaweed tartare, so seaweed salads, and also starting from the potential of preserving seaweeds with salt, like it was done in Asia, of course, for a long time. And so I was really involved in this development as a young student first, and then a scientist. And I was interested, of course, by that. But then I have to focus my scientific career to some basic research, and I developed some project about seaweed diseases. But again, this was related to the importance of seaweed cultivation for providing food, because probably most of the people who were really interested by my research were located in Asia, because Asia were facing a lot of problems with diseases in seaweeds when they started to grow them at a large scale, and still there is a large loss of seaweed cultivation every year, which are caused by the problem of diseases and parasites, which are preventing the yield of good seaweeds. So that means that in terms of science, we have to continue the investment in seaweed research for their potential as a great food in two main directions. I would say, of course, we have to still continue to focus on the production of seaweeds. As we have learned from Asia, that there is no improvement for seaweeds for food if we are not dealing with the improvement of seaweed varieties, which will suit with the uses we are willing, which could be rich in proteins. So we have to focus on species which will also provide the nutritional value we are expecting. If possible, also we have to cope with the potential elements which could be in too large quantity in seaweed. So, for example, we can talk about iodines, how we can select, for example, kelp, which will be less rich in iodine to prevent some regulation problems. So that's a part of the research which should continue, and I've tried during the last 10 years to coordinate some research, and with some colleagues which are in the room, we have tried doing a European project to promote that and to really organize. And now with the coalition, we have the potential to continue. And then I will just conclude this short intervention just by mentioning that the other direction is, of course, in the understanding of the potential of seaweeds to create very interesting original molecules. In fact, part of the uses of the seaweeds is not based only on their protein, lipid, or and vitamin contents. It is also based on their very original fibers, which are providing a lot of benefits for human health, which in fact are just starting to discover. And especially how these fibers are influencing our gut microbiota. So it's a large area of research we have to continue, and we have to continue to understand, because that research will, of course, have not only benefits for promoting seaweeds as food, but also for promoting the other uses as seaweeds for example, of course, as feed, because if they are beneficial to humans, they will be beneficial for animals, but also for other uses in agriculture, even for plants, because we have to consider that there is not so much differences between animals and plants. So I will stop here, but just a few examples of the efforts we have to continue in science to support this sector.
Thank you very much, Philippe. We've heard all ends of the value chain here, from the science all the way through to the consumers and the consumer trends. And also would love for you to be thinking about safety dimensions, because of course we're the Safe Seaweed Coalition, consumer safety issues, it's been coming up. But Connor and Grace, when you hear our three panelists delivering their prepared remarks, first of all, you got the challenge from Gabriella, but what does this make you think of? What does this spark in your minds?
I mean, for me, it's a bit easier for me because I live on the coast. Seaweed has always been something that we've always eaten. But for me, it brings home that we need to do more with it, but it's how we do it is the most important part. We know the benefits of seaweed. We know the benefits to ourselves. We know the benefits to the planet. Everyone here knows that. But it's getting to our customer base, our consumers, you know, it's getting to them. And to me, that's the key to making, for them to understand. And again, it's a bit like I was saying earlier, it's about the clever use of language. I know from other projects I work on, when you say to a consumer, we're going to educate you on something, they turn off. They don't want to know. Right. So we got to do it in a way that is consumer language.
You know, share something with you that tastes good.
Exactly.
Tastes
People
great.
love food. We need food to survive. So it's about getting to that market and really showcasing it that way, and not making it, I won't say complicated, but the use of language that we use can frighten people or just turn them off. You know what I mean? So that's what I've learned many years, 30 years chefing. You got to get inside the consumer's brain to actually push it forward.
And Grace, that sounds like very much the way you operate.
Yeah, I mean, I live in New York, and it's very different in America, right? In the United States of America, not America in general, because people just don't know. You know, seaweed it's very foreign to consumers. So the challenge is really, first of all, introducing it for people to understand its nutritional value. I mean, in the United States, we have a problem with the soil being so. We have very poor soil. So the nutritional benefit of it, I discovered it in New Zealand because I lived there for 4 years. I always loved seaweed, and I knew it was good for me, but they were highly encouraging me to have a lot more seaweed on my diet because I was lacking certain nutrients. So, you know, that's something that I didn't know. And I think that obviously you guys in the room, you know, but for me is a massive kind of advocacy is key. Having the right tools. You know, that's one of the reasons why I love the Chef Manifesto, because it's like a little very simple toolkit that we can advocate for, that people can quickly understand. Because it's like Connor is saying, you know, the minute you have a very long speech about something, you're like, oh, again, what else am I doing wrong? You know, what else am I doing wrong? And I think that that's why it's like breaking it down into very bite-sized pieces of information that we can advocate for, because we know that we can make delicious food. We know, I can do a set of videos, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. How to have more creative ways to introduce seaweed into people's diet, but I also need bite-size of information that I could relate and communicate better to, the people who, the platforms that I have and the people who are listening. Because I have a fantastic platform, and I can talk about these things, but I need better tools, I feel. Because I know randomly how good it is, but not, if I could have like bullet points of again, bite-sized information, then I can advocate better.
That's great feedback for the Safe Seaweed Coalition, is us being able to provide you with that and connecting you with our network of seaweed ambassadors. And then, of course, we have members of our steering committee. So, Lisa, that may not be what was on your mind, but please all know that Lisa sits on our steering committee.
So just coming back to the topic of taste, so I love the expression that healthy food is only healthy if people are eating it. So getting the taste right is absolutely key. And I've tried with different products, and some I found a bit too strong, but I found some that I have completely switched out other less healthy things purely because of the taste. And I think there's so many great products out there. It's how to get them across. And we need to look at different ways as well, because there's so many different targets out there. So there are people that will eat it because of the environmental benefits. They'll be looking for alternatives. There'll be people that will be purely about the taste. There'll be people who actually, you can look at the cultural side of things. So what did they grow up with? In lava bread from where I am in Wales, so going back also to try and fit that into people's diets. But there are so many alternatives out there, and I think we need to get things out there. It's really for Nestlé, the whole plant-based market is very important. But I wanted to also just touch on the other potential when we're coming back to our sustainability and our SDGs, our overall targets, is to not just focus on the potential of seaweed as an ingredient, which is obviously very important, but also as a way of improving our existing ingredients. So whether we're talking about biostimulants or livestock feed or any other way that we can improve that throughout our existing supply chain as well, it's incredibly important. And the potential is huge, so I'm really excited.
I really want to underscore that point that Lisa is making, is not to have that siloed thinking of stuff on land, stuff in the sea, but really to think in a very flowy kind of way about those interlinkages. And Gabriella, you have been pretty tireless in Goa and doing this work. And as you're hearing Connor and Grace, is that sparking in you any? Are you thinking? It's just knowing you a little bit. I was imagining that you were thinking, how might we be working with Connor and Grace? So what's on your mind as you hear this conversation?
Yeah, no, I think it's really important to get people excited about seaweed. A few friends and I, we started this little Instagram event called Seaweed Saturdays, and every Saturday we'd come up with new, exciting, interesting facts about seaweed, and then we got a whole range of people that were interested in cooking with seaweed, a lot of chefs that were interested in getting on board. So I think we just need a lot more activities. So, maybe we could send people a parcel of seaweed and ask them to come up with a new interesting recipe, or you could invite people seaweed harvesting. There's so many different ways to get people on board. And I think a lot of people are interested in knowing where their food comes from. They're interested in sustainability, especially where I come from in India. A lot of young people are very active in the climate movement, and food plays such a huge role in safeguarding the climate. And so I think just tapping into the massive potential of young people to get excited about seaweed is definitely something that we should be working on.
And so I want you all to be thinking about, what do you need from the science? As Philippe, you've been listening to this conversation. What are you thinking about in terms of the knowledge gaps, that there's already some work being done, or we already know what the knowledge gaps are? So can you speak to that? I'm throwing this at him without our having prepared, but I know you can do this.
No, Of course, yes, there is still a lot of knowledge gaps, and we have tried to work to really build some research on that, and we have to consider that it should be a collaborative effort between the scientific sector and the industrial sector. So that otherwise we will not succeed for that. And of course, we can get the support from different governmental organizations, especially in Europe. We will have the strong support of the European Commission, which is launching a very ambitious program to promote seaweeds, algae in general, not only seaweeds, for different sectors, and especially for the food sector. And they will help also to solve some issues. In terms of research, of course, there is many issues which could be targeted, but what we have tried to consider with several partners during the recent years that the fact we are lacking of it's not of course clinical trials. It's really some trials will make the benefits of seaweed food as an evidence, and also that will also connect the sensory properties of seaweeds with a benefit for human well-being. And so that in the recent years there were strong efforts of some scientists, and I will just mention the great work of Ole Moritzen in Denmark, who is a very bright biophysicist specialized in membranes, and which has in fact provided so much input for the understanding of the benefit, but not only the beneficial effect of seaweed food, but also how it could become a pleasure to eat seaweed, because it was how it has evolved with seaweeds, and he's sharing that, and that will be very important for the future. So not only to stay just with our vision as scientists, but also showing that we are also seaweed lovers, and then sharing our love for seaweeds.
Perfect. So we're going to turn to some audience questions. Not sure if we have any. And in the meantime, as we begin to collect questions from in the room and also online, I see that there's at least one question. Ask you to think about a couple of things. One of them being, if you had one thing that you wanted to take away from this panel in terms of how you might work more closely together with the panelists or together with others in the room, what would that be? So it's a partnerships kind of question. What would it take? And also be thinking of the scientific solutions. So you were hearing from Philippe. Let's have some thoughts about what's needed on the science from your end, and be thinking about that as we collect questions. So we had a question from over there. It looks like the question was Penelope's. So, it's Arlen's question.
I get to talk for change.
All right.
So I'll talk for too long too. Arlen Wasserman, CEO of Sea and Flower, and I really want to appreciate Grace's comments about making this accessible. It's the reason that we decided to develop bread that has an enormous amount of seaweed in it, because, well, bread is already popular and accessible. But I wanted to just tell a very quick story since you mentioned kale. At our consulting firm, Changing Tastes, our culinary strategist, Steve Petashevsky, about 30 years ago, saw this green vegetable being used only as decoration in the iced seafood cases. He was cooking at a grocery store that then became Whole Foods. And he grabbed it and began to play with it and say, how can I take this very fibrous vegetable and cook it the way that people see other vegetables? He finally settled on grilling it with olive oil and lemon juice or orange juice, and was the first person to put kale on the menu in the US. And so that was a seafood crossover. When we at Changing Tastes were looking at how to get people to eat more food from the oceans, one of the biggest hurdles for seaweed is not only that people don't want to is not that people don't want to eat it. About a third of Americans eat it already as sushi garnish or nori wrap. Is that they have no idea how to prepare it. So I just want to go back to the chefs especially and say, what are the simplest preparations that you think someone could duplicate at home for cooking seaweed? And if the answers are hard to come by, then Nestle has the solution, and maybe we can talk about how do we make products that make it, the cooking as easy as just unwrapping the package.
Great. Thank you, Arlen. Let's just check to see if there are any other questions. We'll collect the questions because we only have a few more minutes. Looks like Azadine is running to somebody who must have a question. And so we will hear from Adrien Vincent.
Yeah, thank you, Nichola. And first of all, I want to thank the Safe Seaweed Coalition for inviting chefs on stage. It's a pleasure to see different faces in our seaweed echo chamber.
We're fun.
So that's great.
Fun is important. Couldn't agree more.
So the question will be for you guys, Connor and Grace. We have heard you talk about foraging, about going to the shoreline and collect the seaweed, but we also know that if we really want to mainstream seaweed in our consumption in Europe, for instance, we'll have to rely also on seaweed farming and aquaculture. And the thing, if we look at the fish example, oftentimes for consumers, farmed fish and aquaculture is associated with less quality, less health benefits, more damage to the environment compared to wild caught. And so the question for you is, do you feel like we will have the same challenge with seaweed going to consumers saying it's coming from farms in the ocean? And if you foresee the same challenge, what would be your ideas or tricks to help convince people that it's being done in a sustainable way?
All right, we have two questions for two chefs. I'm going to let you sort out which one of you is going to answer what. And then I'm going to challenge the audience. Next questions, if there are any, to be for Gabriella, Philippe, and Lisa. So why don't you already start answering the two questions that have been directed to you?
In terms of farming, I think that's a great question because when you look at seafood farming, it does have, predominantly where I come from, it has a very bad history in terms of pollution as well and the effects on wild fish and feed and so on. And I think it for seaweeds and in that way it needs to be seen that it's actually a vegetable. You know what I mean? That it's not a fish. You know, you'd be surprised what consumers think when you think seaweed. They think of the ocean. They think of everything that goes with seafood. You know, it needs to be known that they are in their own right an alternative to vegetables from the soil. And that to me is really important because when you talk about farming seaweed, that's no different to horticulturists farming carrots or cabbages or kales. So it's making that connection that I think will help consumers understand it more.
Terrific. Thank you. Grace.
Absolutely. I think that, it's kind of like what comes first, right? The hen or the egg. If we have better products, we're able to make better food, right? Because again, I am that weird kid who can eat seaweed. Yesterday, as they were preparing the ice cream, I was eating seaweed as chips. I love the taste of it. I love the umami of it. I love the burst of flavor. It reminds me of my childhood. It reminds me of the ocean. So I get very excited. I'm easy, and I can tell people eat it. But if we have, and yes, I have a great idea for seaweed chips. Like we need to start creating better products, right? So they need to be delicious and they need to be fun. And yes, it's like, and it comes with these benefits, right? But again, like kelp noodles is a perfect example. It's like, for all these allergic people that can eat gluten, I personally don't like gluten-free pasta, but I love kelp noodles, right? So it's like, it's kind of having the alternative and giving us the tools so we can play with it. And I love that they started, the nori sheets. Now they come in little package, and you can eat them like chips. But I think that the responsibility for ourselves is finding more creative ways, but also incorporating them in funner products at the star. I love that seaweed is at the back, right? Let's make it the rock star. And I love that analogy, right? Let's make it shine in many ways, but we also need more tools, right? So that's my take on it.
More tools and more science tools and more commercial
Yeah,
tools.
we're gonna work on.
You're gonna work on that, which is great. And I'm gonna want some really like one sentences at the end on the questions that I asked you. Let's see, did we have any more questions from the? Oh, we do. All right, no, we're gonna go to the person who I cannot identify because I have a light shining in my eye, who is back there, and then we will go to Tim. And then if we have questions from our online audience, we'll turn to them. Then we're going to have to close receiving the questions because we're going to have to close this segment. We could go on for a long time on this topic. But could you introduce yourself, please? Because I wish I could see you, but I'm blinded.
No, that's all right. My name is Sophia Spring. I'm a master's student with the Scottish Association for Marine Science. There was mentioned the similarity between the kelp movement and the kale movement, and I was just wondering, a lot of times these sustainable and healthy eating movements, they end up being movements for wealthier people, and I don't know, how do we avoid bypassing marginalized people with this kelp movement, because we've seen that in the kale movement with a lot of sustainable eating, and I think it's really important not to forget about people that can't afford to be sustainable or eat healthily.
Super question. I want to make sure you didn't say who you were directing it to, so I am going to turn that one to Gabriella. And before she answers, I'm going to see what Tim's question is. And then if there are any online, please flag. And any other questions, please snag them at the break. But Tim, go ahead.
Thank you. Tim Slingsby from Lloyd's Register Foundation. We've talked about food as a route to the consumer. I just wondered, Philippe, and everyone actually, if you had any idea about how a better understanding of the science is also an assurance to the potential consumers as well, and maybe to policymakers as well, Gabriella. Maybe you've got something to think about in the golden context as well.
Okay, so Gabriella, why don't you take those two questions, then we'll turn to Philippe, and then let me know if there are any online. Otherwise, okay, and I do see there is one more person who I might actually, if we don't have online. It looks like Joe.
Yes.
Joe, please ask your question, and then we'll, as I say, blind it.
My question was about I'm from the Australian Seaweed Institute. My name's Joe. One of the things that we are focusing on is a low emissions animal feed supplement. So I don't know if you've heard about the pink fluffy seaweed. That, when sprinkled in animal feed or ruminant feed, reduces their methane emissions by over 80%. So that's a big focus for the Australian industry, and there's a number of people globally growing that too. What do you think consumers' take is on low methane, low carbon footprint steak, dairy products, and how do you think that we can, get those to be mainstreamed as well?
Thank you, Joe. So first to Gabriella, and then we'll go to Philippe and Lisa. Connor very kindly gave up his mic, so I'm going to ask Grace to share microphones with him. And then in your answers, actually, can you please also incorporate the answers to the questions that I've put to you? And do this in incredibly pithy ways. That's my challenge to you. Gabriella, please demonstrate that, because I know you can.
Thanks, Nichola. Sophia, I think that was an excellent question. I think it's really important to look at making seaweed accessible. It's a huge challenge in a country like India, for example, where communities that require food that's nutritious actually have the least access to it. And I think when it comes to seaweed, this is really important. This is also why we're considering working with government organizations wherein seaweed can be incorporated into something called a midday meal scheme. And that's where thousands of kids get access to nutritious meals when they go to school. And this is one way of getting seaweed into accessible to a wider audience, and also to populations that would not normally have access to a high value product. Another way of doing it is actually to make at least, again, I speak in the South Asian context, it's very different in different parts of the world, but in India is to make seaweed farmers and fishers the primary knowledge holders when it comes to seaweed. So they know about the nutritional benefits, they know about how much it costs, they know about seaweed supply chains so that they're not cheated and undercharged for the seaweed. They understand its value, and they can also choose to eat it, cook it, talk about it because they are knowledge holders across the food supply chain in India. And that's something that we'd really like to work with. But it's definitely a challenge because it's a high value product. And we'd also need the industry to be high value so that communities themselves are not impoverished by creating products that are very inexpensive. So it is a challenge, but I think there are different ways of going about it. And I'd be curious to know if there were any more ways of making seaweed more accessible to people that can't actively afford it.
So that's your challenge maybe to our chefs as well. But let's now turn to the folks on stage for your pithy answers. Who is actually volunteering to answer in a pithy way? Philippe. He's volunteering Lisa to answer in a pithy way.
I'm not sure I'll be able to cover answers to the questions, but I just wanted to say that according to the book, The Tipping Point, the three main things that you need to really drive new innovation forwards are the innovators, the connectors, and the influencers. And it's wonderful to see. First of all, I think we have all three on stage. We certainly have all three in the room, and we have all three very much represented within our community. And so we need to work together at the same pace. I think building on the question on affordability, we need both ends of the scale, so it needs to be a fair price to those producing, a fair price to those buying. We need to try and keep the supply chains as short and as local as we can as well. And I think if we can all move together at the same pace, then we will certainly hit this positive. Nice to see a positive tipping point for a change that you talked about.
Absolutely. Lovely way to round this up. Let's give the last word to our chefs, Connor and then Grace.
Yeah, I am on the fertilizer we're talking about for growing seaweed to fertilize land and so on, and reduction of carbon footprint. I think that's hugely important. In Ireland, going back 1800s, seaweed was the only fertilizer used on land to grow more grass for more milk and dairy production, and is still used today, but not as much, more in horticulture. And that's where we were talking earlier about my ice cream. The idea was to connect people back to the sea, the ocean, onto the land, to grow grass, to produce milk, to make ice cream. And that's why I tell the story around the importance of using seaweed not only as a food but as a fertilizer in reduction of carbon footprint. And I think that's really, really important and definitely the future way.
Those interlinkages, so important. Grace, last word to you.
You know, I think it's very exciting times, and I love seeing someone like Gabriel because we are becoming conscious consumers. The new generation is really taking responsibility about, and they're very conscious about what they're eating, and they're loud, and they demand what they want. I'll tell you guys a quick story. So I'm working right now with Aramark, which is in the United States, you know, the biggest food company that does food halls around cafeterias all over universities in the country. And it was the students who demanded a Latin food concept with real food for them. And you know what my job is now? To educate them on better food products so they can demand to Aramark better food products. So this is very exciting, right? Because I can have a say, but when all these students come together and they have a say and they demand better quality, that's when you can create a movement. So I am very excited to be living in these times that and see a seaweed coalition and a seaweed day and a seaweed conference, because that in itself is exciting. That in itself is positive. So I think we're, like everyone's saying, we're on the right track to creating a movement and finding better solutions.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the great questions. Thanks for your contributions today. Wish we could take this for a lot longer. We could organize an entire event just around the topic of seaweed and food. We're going to move on, though, to seaweed and sustainability through an African lens. So please stay with us for that. I'm going to invite our panelists now to leave. Huge thank you. Huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Leave the mics here. And so we have Nancy, who is certainly somewhere in the room. There she is. Thank you for advancing that. Nancy Iraba, who is the co-founder and CEO of the Healthy Seaweed Company in Tanzania. She's going to give us a couple of minutes worth of framing remarks, and then we're going to invite the next panelists up. Lovely to have you here. Thank you so much, Nancy. Over to you.
I'm so honored to be here, and thank you so much, Vincent, for this opportunity. So as introduced, my name is Nancy Iraba from Tanzania, and I'm the co-founder and CEO for the Health Seaweed Cafe. And I'm here to tell you the remarks in which I will keep it in a story form. So 2 years ago, I escorted my husband in a business trip, which was happening in Zanzibar. He was having a business meeting with his friend from US who had a business of seaweed back in Texas. And during that conversation, I was so much sparked on how much seaweed was making an impact in the US, while in my country, we have 25,000 seaweed farmers, in which 80% are women, and most of them are just poor. It's like the working conditions are not so good, and the seaweed is not being utilized in a way that I've seen from the conversation from that friend was conveying. So that sparked my interest, and we started to map 20 villages of Zanzibar to see how is seaweed used, because Zanzibar is the 3rd producer of seaweed worldwide, but still there are some gaps. You can tell that there are some challenges. So during the mapping, I remember sitting with a woman, and a woman conveyed to me that most of the tourists, when they come to Zanzibar, when they are sold a juice, they would prefer a juice which is seaweed added rather than a juice which is plenty. Then I asked, why do you think they prefer the one which is added with the seaweed? And then they said, I don't know. So from that research, I realized that 98% of the women seaweed farmers in Zanzibar do not know the health benefits that are associated with seaweed. So from there, me and my husband co-founded a startup known as Health Seaweed Cafe, in which it is aiming at increasing local consumption of usage of seaweed for healthy living, but also to improve livelihoods of women who are living in Zanzibar. Because for us, what we came to realize, what is the gap, is that the local consumption is what is missing. Most of the seaweed which is being produced in Zanzibar is being used for export, and less than 1% of seaweed is the one which is being used for value addition and for consumption inland. And the reason is because there is lack of awareness and of what seaweed contains. And we can all agree that, I'm sorry I was late, but I think even with the panelists, we can all agree that seaweed is a superfood, but however, it is being misused. So I remember while starting small in our home-based industry with our few couches, we started making the first product to make sure that we turn seaweed into a usage form in a way that we can make Tanzanians add seaweed in their diet. So we started with our very first product known as the seaweed gel, in which, yes, we were, of course, it was a capacity building process whereby we were trained with our seaweed, with our US partner, and from our seaweed gel, a person is able to add the seaweed gel either in their tea, in their juice, apply as a face mask, and also add them in their food. So from there, you can tell that from last year up to now, we have 200 returning customers, and you can tell that the knowledge of seaweed and use of its benefits is going higher and higher compared to where we are before. But still, we are calling for partnership and innovation. Innovative seaweed-based diverse food, so as to make sure that the seaweed is being included intentionally by everyone in their diet. So thank you very much, and I wish that in here we can all join hands to make sure that we turn the game of the seaweed industry of not that of poverty, but of that of innovative, and in future we can all be proud that we have used this plant to the maximum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm going to take that as my seat. Please have a seat, and inviting our other panelists to come and join. So we have Francis Ocalo from IUCN, Bernice McLean, head of the Blue Economy. Please come on up to the stage. We need you to come up while I'm saying these things. Caroline Hooft-Slutveg, and Bernice McLean, who is head of Blue Economy at the African Union Development Agency, and Flower Msuya, who should be available online and therefore should be showing up on this screen. And I'm waiting because I know Flower has been trying to connect. So in the meantime, want to kick this conversation off. It's a little bit like the last time, having heard the wonderful, great, inspiring opening remarks from Nancy, and also you having had a chance to prepare. Just give us your initial remarks on how you see seaweed contributing to sustainability in an African context. And let me turn to Flower first. Flower, who is also a member, by the way, of our steering committee. So not only did she found the Zanzibar Seaweed Cluster, but she's also a steering committee member. Over to you, Flower. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nichola. I'm talking about the seaweed industry in Tanzania. The seaweed industry in Tanzania, when we talk of the seaweed industry in Tanzania, we're talking about an industry that employs 30,000 people, and above 80% of these are actually women. And they are farming seaweed, just planting the seaweed in the ocean for the livelihood development. So the seaweed is planted in the ocean and it grows just using seawater, nothing like nutrients and so on. And the farmers take care of the plant that it is in the ocean, and they take care of the environment that is surrounding their product. So this is why we say this is really directly linked to SDG 14. Now we are talking about an industry that started 30 years ago, and people have been, it has been improved to be one of the activities that really improve the livelihoods of the people. If you go to a village where there are people who farm seaweed and others who do not farm seaweed, you will see the difference. Those who farm seaweed have a better life. They have money to buy food and so on. So it's also addressing a number of other SDGs. Now, there have been a number of partnerships actually in the country to innovate the seaweed industry for sustainability. For example, the Global Seaweed Star program, partnering with the University of Dar es Salaam and the Seaweed Cluster to look at seaweed diseases that are caused by climate change. And a manual was produced, the seaweed disease manual was produced, and also a farmer's guide to look at how they can take care of the seaweed when it has diseases and epiphytes. So, and there are a number of recommendations on what can be done to sustain the seaweed industry in those books. And also the Sea Power. Sea Power is an NGO that partners with the Seaweed Cluster and the Aqua Farms Organization to pilot seaweed farming technologies that have been produced through the research. And with this piloting, we are seeing already the increase in seaweed production. And Tanzania is also partnering with maybe Madagascar because to look at the ways of integrating seaweed and the sea cucumber. So all these are activities that really support this industry that is sustaining improving the livelihoods of the people, and at the same time we want to sustain this industry for the environment and for the people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Flower. And we're going to come back to you as you hear the other speakers, and also building on what Nancy has said in the beginning, and have that similar kind of conversation where you're basically feeding off each other, so to speak. Let me turn, so the order is going to be Bernice, who's with the African Union Development Agency, so that we get a Pan-African perspective and an institutional perspective, and then IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and then a private sector perspective. So Bernice, over to you, and then you get to start riffing off each other. So Bernice.
Right, thanks very much, and thanks for the invitation to be here. It's really an honor. So from a Pan-African or intergovernmental organization, I think we're just beginning on our journey within the seaweed sector. We are setting up our frameworks and legal and institutional frameworks for blue economy. And within our constituencies, so the member states, the regional economic communities, those of you who are from Africa will know about SADC and COMESA and the like. And so we're setting up the legal and institutional frameworks for blue economy. Now, I think the seaweed sector has been, as Dr. Flower was saying, has been ongoing for many years, specifically within Zanzibar and some other pilot projects in other countries. But more recently, it's been identified as one of the key value chains within one of the regional economic communities within the South African Development Community, SADC, as part of its industrialization strategy. And there is an action plan and very clear steps to actually try to develop the industry within. I think they've identified 2 countries so far, probably thanks to the work from Dr. Flower in Tanzania, in Zanzibar, but also in Madagascar. But we're also looking from the perspective of the African Union Development Agency to try to see how we can support a regional value chain. So at the moment, we're all about continental free trade area. How can we support local livelihoods? And this is bringing in the sustainability aspect of it from a socio-economic perspective. How can we support wealth creation, local value chains, strengthen local markets, and all the attendant requirements that go with that, including standards, they call quality infrastructure, so standard certification and the like, and really to try to see how to learn lessons from countries like Zanzibar, who have been really leading the action in Africa, but also from other places. I think the mention in the previous session on the pink fluffy seaweed from Australia, we're hoping to see whether that can also be something that can be grown in Africa. So from the other side of the sustainability aspect, in terms of the sustainability of seaweed, I won't go into that because I think it's probably been spoken many, many times. But really from the perspective of ecosystem health and of sustaining other blue economy sectors, we really see seaweed as one of the key aspects, not only in East Africa, but Southern Africa and West Africa as well. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Well, this is great to hear. And so we're going to come back to this. Francis, what's your perspective on this in your initial brief prepared remarks?
Yes, thanks. I'll speak from a conservation scientist's point of view and also from a passionate farmer point of view. Maybe let me start from a conservation scientist, just to pick up from the sustainable or the ecological role that seed farming has to play in nature. Science has already shown us that wherever there are seaweeds, in a seaweed farm, it's like a micro environment. It harbors macro invertebrates in there, fish aggregate in there, and seed farms have been known as like fish aggregating devices for those who are from the fisheries side. And you look at farming, and just backstage I was reading a paper on aquaparks, and you look at seaweed, they hold that potential of, when you farm seaweed, you create that environment for a whole diverse species, fish, sea urchin in there, and some other invertebrates. So that in itself, apart from maybe when you're farming, you're trying to develop economically, but then ecologically it comes in automatically, because when it becomes refuge, herbivorous fish come to graze in there and harbors all these other organisms. So it plays a big ecological role, and we have been talking about SDG 14 since the conference started. So at IUCN, we have even prioritized seed farming as one of the pillars to our Coastal and Oceans Program, because it's this regenerative aquaculture entities that will not only benefit people, but also benefit nature. And from a passionate farmer point of view, because I spent quite a number of hours farming seaweed at the coast of Kenya with farmers in the south coast. And you look at it and it holds the hope of a whole generation, from old women all the way to young kids who see seed farming as a source of livelihood because it has transformed lives. There's one village that I've seen things change. Like when we went there, you hardly found, like for Kenya, we have primary school, secondary school, up to Form 4 level before you proceed to tertiary. There was hardly someone who had progressed up to tertiary. But then right now, for almost 15, let me say 10 years of commercial seaweed, the village has been transformed. There are people in there now that have gone up to tertiary. There is a doctor in there that has been educated through seaweed farming. And in that way, we are contributing towards the purchasing power of that village and also trying to beat hunger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Indeed. So while we turn over to Caroline, for the panelists who've already spoken, I'd like to ask you to be thinking about the land dimensions of seaweed and sustainability in Africa, because we're hearing quite a bit about the coastal side of things, and Francis, you were very eloquent in explaining this, but what are they? What's the potential for development? And I'm going to particularly challenge you on this, Bernice, but if others have some perspectives on that, and let you think about that while you were also listening to Caroline. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to speak on this panel. It's a pleasure to meet. We've seen each other virtually, so it's very nice to be able to meet in person. But my name is Caroline Slootweg. I'm the co-founder of Kelp Blue. At Kelp Blue, we cultivate giant kelp, and that's Macrocystis, and we do this in Namibia. And it's quite funny when we're based, half of the team, actually no, now more than half of the team is in Namibia, in Lüderitz, and we have 9 people in Amsterdam. But when I say we cultivate seaweed in Africa, they say, oh, that must be great, nice and warm. And I thought, oh gosh, no, it is really not very warm where we cultivate the seaweed because the water temperature is 12 degrees. And I say this because, we're on a panel and it's Africa, but I think what we also have to realize is that it's a very large continent, and every country is very different, and I think that's something that needs to very much be remembered in this context. We have chosen Namibia to cultivate the giant kelp because it is an incredibly nutritious system. The Benguela Current is a very, very productive upwelling, and it actually forms the ideal growing conditions for giant kelp. We're operating in a town called Lüderitz. Lüderitz is a base of a lot of diamond recovery work. There's also an active fishing community. It used to be a lot larger. It's smaller now because of the state of the oceans, unfortunately. And but what we have found is there is a very able and very capable body of people that are very much willing to work in seaweed. There's not a lot of knowledge there at the moment, but I think when you introduced me as, I'm part of the private sector, sure, we're not publicly funded, but we do think we are in a public sector, because I think what seaweed, and certainly seaweed in Africa and Namibia, can really do is really provide that hope for a generation, because it's been far too often and far too long that industries are extractive. And I think with the seaweed industry, what's really important is that it's a contributive industry. It contributes back to the biodiversity. It contributes back to the community. It is not an extractive industry, and I think that really is something very important, and I think that is something that we should focus a lot more on, because it really can be that driver of change. And it really can start education, it can start appreciation, as long as we have enough support and we get the right resources to be able to grow the industry. So I think that's the land aspect. Should I start on that?
Hold off on that, but that's, yes, please be responding to it, because you also were saying something that is extremely important to the African continent, and that is generating value added on the continent. And so this may be something, I expect that some ears were coming up there, so this may be something that the panelists might want to speak about as well. Having said that, please, would love to hear you on the land aspects, and then we'll turn back to the other panelists.
So our philosophy is we need to start local first. So everything that we do is local. As in, if we have new jobs, it gets posted on the door of our office in Luderitz, and then it gets posted on the signposts, and then we spread it around the town. So everyone hears about the job openings in Luderitz first. If we can't fill the role in Luderitz, we open it up to the wider communities, and if we can't find it there, it's to Windhoek. But then Namibians are then first. If we can't find people to fill the role there, then we open it up. So we really feel that that is very important. And in 3 or 4 years, we want to be a fully managed and run operation, locally managed and run operation. What we do with the land aspect. So Macrocystis, so giant kelp, is a canopy-forming seaweed. So that means we can basically mow the lawn, and we leave 80% of the biomass in the water to restore the ecosystem. That's where, indeed, there's many species that live in seaweed and the seaweed forests. From that, we create what's called a biostimulant. A biostimulant is a catalyzer for plants, so it increases their resilience, crop resilience. And we know now that there are a lot of climactic stressors. So there's a lot of salty soil, very poor soil because of the use of chemical fertilizers. So we create the biostimulant to also help accelerate the change in land-based systems. And I think that's important because what we're really seeing is the ocean really being the heart of the health of the planet, and then using the power of the ocean, what's in there, to help restore some of the degradation that's been happening on the land. So for us, that's very important. And our selling stays in Namibia first, then wider to Africa, and any excess we have will be exported. So I think that's also bringing seaweed outside of the sea, and then accelerating other change.
Getting land-based stakeholders to be thinking about it. So having given you an opportunity to think about those points, and also other panelists who've been listening to each other. So we've got the questions about land and value added, and you might have points that you want to raise with each other. So let me give you an opportunity to vie amongst yourselves for the opportunity to go next. Bernice, I saw your hand move, but you're offering to Nancy. Nancy, go ahead. So either seaweed and land, seaweed and value added in Africa, or whatever you thought of as you were listening to the other panelists. And the floor is open for you on any of those three.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say hello to Dr. Flower. In Tanzania, Dr. Flower, we call her the mother of seaweed. She's the mother of seaweed in Tanzania. She has worked tirelessly to make sure that people know about seaweed. People are adding seaweed in their diet, and also she's my teacher. She taught me, so it's really an honor. So I would like to I would like to say on the point of the seaweed and value addition. Yeah, like Dr. Flower, now when you're speaking and your teacher is listening, she can be anytime correcting you, but I will speak my mind. Yeah, no pressure. Yes, so because apart from me working with the social enterprise with the Healthy Seaweed Cafe, I'm also a co-founder of an organization known as Aquafarms Organization, in which we work with groups of seaweed women in Zanzibar. And with those seaweed women, most of the time you find with the value addition in Tanzania is not something which is new. We have produced seaweed into different products such as massage, such as oil, such as body creams. It's not like they don't exist. They have been existing since 2008. But however, the challenge it comes now the world is moving at a very high pace. It's 21st century, which means that the products also need to evolve. So you find in my country, the type of the products which we have, you find the women, the type of the products which they used to make in 2008 it has the same look in 2022. Like, who would want to buy that? Or probably you also wonder, like, what kind of market is it targeting? So through also the Sea Power project, in which also Dr. Flower is involved, there was a component of creating a sustainable blue shop, which is residing in Zanzibar, whereby we buy the products from the women, but again, we add them value by rebranding them according to the designs of what the world currently needs, like 21st century. Yes, so there's a shop there in Stone Town in which now also it creates a market for the value-added products for the women, where they can be able to sell. And it has been very successful because the shop, it's in town, and now whenever tourists pass, they get really moved with the story. Because also, I would like also to mention, I think there is something which we usually ignore, and that is the story of seaweed. People really love the story of seaweed, and especially in Zanzibar, how it connects to the women. How much a person can put the money knowing that I'm buying this product, but it's not only for me, but it's going to give back to the women back in the group. And I think that is something which is really, what can I say? I think that is what is all about making a difference. So yeah, with the value addition, for Tanzania, I can say that we are moving, but more innovation is needed.
More innovation.
Yes.
And what you were saying really echoed what was said in the previous panel as well. I don't know if all of you were able to hear that, but the chefs were also saying that, talking about the importance of marketing. But now let's go to, just go in order, Bernice.
Thanks very much. So I think, I always look at things from a kind of a macro perspective. So just in terms of the land-based side, really the connection between the land and the sea, not only from a physical perspective, from an ecosystem, services and goods perspective, but also from the human perspective. And I think that's part of the story of Seaweed, and really our connection to the sea. And it's something that probably can also be built more into the innovation side of things. So I think from a product diversification, and I spoke earlier also about the value chain development, local markets, connecting to regional markets, and the governance of that is really, really important. So with the COVID pandemic and other issues that we faced in terms of interruptions of supply chains and products that are available to us within the continent, we really have recognized that in order to be resilient, in order to build our economies, in order to be able to trade with each other, we need to increase our production, and that's somewhat of an issue at the moment, specifically with seaweed production in East Africa. So increase production, increase diversification of products and value addition, and really strengthen the markets. So that's really where we focused from a governance perspective, but also being aware that the majority of the stakeholders that are involved in aquaculture in general, but specifically for seaweed, are really part of the informal market. So how do we support people who are working in quite challenging conditions, both economically and physically? The work that these women do and the seaweed farmers do is really demanding physically, and it has some really real impacts on their health. So how do we recognize that? How do we speak to that? And how do we link them into the decision-making processes, into the opportunities in terms of building their small, medium enterprises, so that they can actually be in control of how to build their own economies?
So that's a great point, and I have a feeling that Flower might want to pick up on safety for women. Let me turn first to Francis, give you a little bit of time, Flower, to think about whether you want to pick up on that point. Francis, on either land or value addition or anything else that you've heard. Over to you.
Yes, the value addition aspect is an interesting one, because it's all in the air. Like, everyone's talking about superfoods and all this, how seaweed can be a superfood. But then I think we can only depend on science, because before science tells us, then issues of food safety will come in. And like in Africa or in Kenya, we are not natural seafood eaters. So I love the previous topic on food, because when I was listening to it and like, can I take this to my country and someone will accept it? So even before they accept seaweed soap, for example, even after flour came to train a number of farmers in Kenya, but how is the uptake from there? It has been very slow, and I don't know what can be done. Yes, more science is needed, but then more of, should I call it awareness, or people that deal with product diversification and how consumer acceptance goes with that is something that is really important, because in East Africa we've known, we just farm seaweed, we dry it and export. But then you look at how the value of a kilogram of dried seaweed can't buy you anything right now, because it's very low. But it's only from the diversification point of view and using science, of course, and looking at consumer acceptance, it's when we can revolutionize the whole industry.
The importance of science and the importance of those influencers and connectors that Lisa was mentioning in our last panel as well. I'm going to turn to Flower now, and then afterwards to you, Caroline. Flower, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Now, if I talk about the aspect of women and safety, we are talking about women who are working in the sea, and there are a lot of challenges that are associated with the safety of the people. There are like dangerous creatures like sharp shells, there are sea urchins that can really hurt them when they are working in the ocean. But also we have also safety at home, because some of the farmers store the seaweed, maybe most, store the dry seaweed in their homes. So it's also a health issue, not only to them, but to their families as well. And now, because of climate change, we are talking of moving our farms into deep water so that we can sustain the industry through production of more seaweed. But how many women can swim? Can they work in deep water? So all those kind of issues need to be taken care of. Maybe women to be trained how to swim, to acquire certain devices that will allow them to go to the deep water areas. So these are issues that really need to be taken care of so that we can sustain the seaweed industry. But before I finish, I just want to say about value addition. I'm really happy that there are young people like Nancy coming to expand the seaweed value addition. We have a whole African continent that it's a big market, but as she has said, and also our colleague from Kenya, how many people know about seaweed? How do we reach them out there? So we really have a lot to do, not only in science, but also in industrial development and the livelihood development.
And we need those ambassadors, seaweed ambassadors. Caroline, over to you, and then for some brief riffing on what's been said. Then we're going to turn it over very briefly to the audience for questions. We've got about 5 minutes for audience questions, and by that I mean audience in the room and audience online. So please prepare your questions, identify yourself, and ask questions that are this long, please. Going to not want statements at this point, just questions. So you know how to translate actual speech into something this long, Caroline.
Yeah, so I think I've got two main points.
Yeah.
Diversification, I think, is very important, but there is so much that seaweed can be used for. We just haven't developed those markets yet. So I think that needs to be done. That needs to be done collectively as an industry. I don't think it's up to one region or one area at all. That is very important. I also think that the youth and the youngsters who see the potential is very important, because we have some incredibly smart people. And Nancy, you with your startup and your the company that you set up, fantastic. We had a girl. She's now well, she's a fantastic young lady, and I think she's going to, in the end, be our CEO. But she had an idea, and she wanted to collect beach cast and then make it into chicken feed, and she couldn't get past all the regulation, couldn't get the licensing. It's because she was alone. She didn't have that support network. So I think that, and then she came to join us, and the impact that she's had is absolutely amazing. I think what we're doing also at Kel Blues is making sure that we encourage those ideas, and then we give the support to anyone in the seaweed startup space. We lend our knowledge. We have the time. If everyone wants to book any time with us, we always give that. And actually, I have one more point. You said, Francis, that a kilo of seaweed costs nothing. It's really funny. I was on a panel yesterday, and someone said, how do you make the seaweed industry bankable? And my answer was, well, we're working on reducing the cost of production, so a ton of seaweed is very cheap. So it's really interesting that there are so many different conversations around the world going on around the whole seaweed industry. Seems to me that we need these connectors to really bring everything together, because there's a lot of great stuff happening in a lot of isolated pockets. We just need to bring it together so we can collectively move the entire industry forward, not just for certain people and in certain regions.
Yes. And also, we keep hearing about the importance of regulation. So perhaps not for this panel, Bernice, but it may be useful to speak about how we might work with you in a supportive relationship, and anything that needs to be done with respect to you mentioned the Continental Free Trade Agreement. So does anything need to be done on that front? Not a question for this panel, because now we need to turn to audience questions. And Anushka's been doing an amazing job with helping us to get our audience questions out. So you have all been thinking about your questions, and they're going to be pithy, and you're going to be identifying yourself. So, Penelope.
Hello, I'm Penelope Wasserman. I'm the president of Sea and Flour. Some of you have tasted our bread. I know Nancy has. I met you on the beach. I have a question for all of you, and I don't expect an answer right now. How can we help? Because my company is dedicated to bringing our bread to Africa, but helping the women, helping increase the industry, helping women have better lives, using African grains to bring seaweed to the land, and just how can I help you? That's my question.
Great question, and it reflects the spirit that we see in this industry, which is a spirit of partnership and working together. And that is in part what we see in the safety dimensions as well. Did we have any other hands up in the room? Yes, we have at least one. And please identify yourself and who's the question for.
Thank you for this very interesting panel. My name is Fernando Scribano. I am the master brewer of Ocean Beer. That is a beer produced by the Oceanborn Foundation to dedicate 100% of the profits for ocean conservation. My question here is more, how can I identify or how can I be helped to find the kind of seaweed that I would like to use to improve our carbon footprint in our beer manufacturing, so that I need to identify what is the right seaweed that has enough soluble carbohydrates that I can use as a fermentative part to produce a beer that is zero carbon, so that I can improve the benefits for the ocean.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm sure that our panelists here have thoughts on that, and I'm sure that some of our other panelists in a later session will have thoughts. Let's just check if we have any questions online. Are there any that are being seen online? And Azadine is going to check on that. Are there any more here in the room? If not, we'll ask you, who would like to take the question on how can we help? Flour. How can Penny help?
Okay, I'm really happy to hear that someone really thinks of how can help. I think the best way is to start communicating, because we have the aspect of technology development, and we have the aspect of value addition. Value addition meaning, as Nancy was saying, how do we make the products really to good standard and so on. So there are those two aspects where it is possible to collaborate. So I would be happy if we can start the collaboration, emailing, and talking about this, so that we'll see how we can partner and do something for the benefit of the women and for the seaweed industry.
It's the start of a beautiful friendship. There we go. Do we have any online questions? We do not. And so the other question was about, was technical. So who would like to take that? Nancy, you looked like you might want to take that.
Okay, so maybe also in a few minutes to add from what Dr. Flowers said about collaboration and partnership, but also we can consider some sort of knowledge exchange, and I would like to use this opportunity also to welcome all of you to Zanzibar. I know that Vincent really wants to visit, and I have offered that for anyone who wants to come in Zanzibar and visit the women farmers' farms, my team and I are there. We shall gladly be able to host you and show you different farms. And, you know, seeing is believing. Once you are there, we might use your skills of making breads, and you never know. I know that you make breads by using seaweed, which reduces the rate of the salt, which that is not good for our health. So I think partnerships such as knowledge sharing, where you can also come on ground and see, it will be very, very great. So for all of you, kindly welcome to Zanzibar. And for the technical part, from what I know, in Zanzibar, we are cultivating 2 types of species, and that is cotonou and spinosum. And I think for the species maybe which has the potential to sequester carbon most, if I've understood the question right, I think, again, Dr. Flowers done a number of research on that. Maybe she can be able to recommend. But what I know, what is found, the species which is found in the most abundant is the spinosum, and cotonou is quite the higher value seaweed is quite not so much available. So, Dr. Flower, before I go into your field, maybe you can take it from there.
So it's time for us to close. But Francis, if you want to say something quickly, please go ahead.
Yeah, just very quick on the 2 questions as well. So on how to help, I can just say for IUCN, we have this initiative that we call the Great Blue Wall Initiative, which I'm sure if you've heard about the Great Green Wall, whereby it was to combat desertification for the sub-Saharan Africa. So one of the pillars for the Great Blue Wall Initiative is blue entrepreneurship. And within the blue entrepreneurship, we are looking at the low-hanging fruits, and seaweed farming is one of them. And we are a coalition, we are pulling together a coalition of partners. And just immediately after this, we have an event on the Great Blue Wall, and it brings together everyone, NGOs, government, the UN, different UN entities, and I'm happy AU is here, so maybe I'll go with you to that event. So maybe we can welcome you on board, yeah, so that we pull together this great coalition and see how we can build on these bankable initiatives that can benefit people directly, but as I said before, seed farming benefits nature. So we can talk after this.
Can you hear me? The online folks won't be able to hear you. We need for a mic to go to Penny, but maybe what we need is to talk during the break, because we need to close. Actually, let's just close now. One line from each of you on why you're passionate about seaweed, and then we will close, and I will introduce our next speaker. So, Caroline, why are you passionate about seaweed?
That's really difficult.
One line.
Because of the energy of the people who are passionate about seaweed, and we can achieve so much.
Yes, well done. Francis.
When I look at the women who farm seaweed at the coast, I see they need seaweed, and we need each other.
Terrific. Bernice.
I think for me, maybe it's because it ticks all the boxes, if I can use that term. You know, it really speaks to empowerment, innovation, research and development, environmental sustainability, trade. It really is. I don't like calling things a panacea, but there's a huge opportunities in seaweed for Africa.
It's pretty darn amazing.
So from a development perspective, I think that's why.
Nancy and then Flower.
For me, it's how it connects to women and the economy, and I think it's a plant that represents possibilities.
Possibilities. Flower, why are you passionate about seaweed?
Because there is a lot of research results that the seaweed can use to improve the livelihood of the people. So research and seaweed are really connected.
Fabulous. The science, the outcomes, thank you all so much. The potential of seaweed in Africa is terrific. Thank you all. I'm going to invite you to leave the stage. I'm going to invite the next speaker to come on. And, whoops, almost throwing my mic off. And earlier, whoops, we're not quite at the break. There we go. For those who were here this morning for our annual meeting, you will have heard me say that one of the partnerships that we're very proud of is working closely with the Aquatic Blue Food Coalition, that is one of the follow-up creations of the UN Food Systems Summit. We are honored to have here today Ambassador Stefan Hafstein, who's the Special Envoy for the Ocean, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Iceland, and who's also chairing that coalition. Ambassador Hafstein, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your nice introduction. The last 2 hours have been extremely educational for me to sit here and listen to the discussions. But even more so was last night's dinner. I was invited to a very fancy dinner with the chefs who were here earlier today. And they made all sorts of tricks with seaweed. And seaweed was clearly the winner of that dinner last night.
Yes.
And I would say that the greatest surprise was the Irish ice cream with a long story about childhood memories and all that from the chefs who told us everything about seaweed ice cream. Now, I was asked to tell you a little bit about the Aquatic and Blue Food Coalition. It came out of the Food Systems Summit of the United Nations last year, and I assume you've all heard about it, but they were formed to follow up on the outcomes, all the research dialogues and everything of that summit. There were about 30 different coalitions formed, and only one related to SDG 14, the Aquatic and Blue Food Coalition. And I want to tell you why I got involved. I was the ambassador of Iceland to FAO in Rome, and I participated for 2 years in the preparation of this summit. And sometime in early 2021, I realized that all the dialogues, the seminars, the papers, the documents, the action tracks and everything, very little was included about food from the sea and inland waters. It was totally absent from the international global dialogue on food. And you know what happens if you don't keep quiet? You raise your hand and make noise. 3 consecutive meetings with all the big shots around you, and you say, what happened to seafood? What happened to fish? I'm from Iceland, and there's nothing about fish here. And well, why don't you do something about it then? So I ended up being a chair of a coalition promoting aquatic and blue food. So our key mission in this coalition, and we've been meeting regularly now every 2 times a month since last September, collecting people to the table, discussing, presenting. Here is one who has actually told us everything about seaweed. And so one of our missions is to bring the importance of aquatic and blue food into the global dialogue about food systems transformation. And this we did. We had a huge side event on the first day of this conference. 7 ministers from different countries, broad regional representation, gender communities, top-level people, all that. Everybody came, top experts came to this event to discuss, and we felt happy because this is a part of our mission to, in a forum like this conference here in Lisbon, to remind the global leaders of the importance of fish, seaweed, and the rest. Secondly, and that's our second mission, and it is a more difficult one, and we need to work much harder on it, is to try to match the means of implementation, which is another word for funding, technical assistance, and so on, with ideas about promising programs and projects out there. And this is difficult because what we are hearing from our members is, especially those who don't have much capacity and they have little investment capacity and so on, it is immensely difficult to go to the big funders and explain to them why they should get money for their projects. So we are proposing now to develop guidelines, a tool or something, just a basic tool to assist, for example, the small island development states, regional alliances and so on, how to get money. But we are also trying to explain to the big funders. We had, for instance, a World Bank meeting in Reykjavik early June, so we used the opportunity, and my colleague Árni Matthíasson, former AGG of FAO, was there, and telling them you have to ease your restrictions. We cannot expect a small island like Tonga, Marshall Islands, Maldives, to be able to spend 2 years on working on a proposal, bankable proposal to bring to the World Bank and being turned down because of some technical issues. This is so frustrating, and it's impossible. They have given up on it. But so this is one of our tasks. And then we are, of course, and what has come out of this process, we are learning from each other, and I'm fairly new to Seaweed, but now I'm really looking forward to try my skills in the kitchen. And I will conclude with my next week's schedule. I have borrowed a little cabin in Iceland. I will go take a break with my wife and my dog, and we will go to a cabin on the west coast of Iceland. There is a village in 100, 200 kilometers away, no restaurants, no bars, no golf courses, not even a trout fishing lake nearby, which is very unusual in Iceland. So what do? This bay is full of seaweed. And it is beautiful. I was there last year, and my friends who live there, they showed us how they've been collecting seaweed. So this is something I would like to, and I was hoping the chefs would explain to me how can I make seaweed soup or something like that. They didn't, so I have to Google it. But I'm going to try myself next week to become a seaweed chef. That would be very fitting for the chair of the Aquatic and Blue Food Coalition to try firsthand to make something out of this very new resource to me. But Iceland, small island up in the North Atlantic, you can imagine how much we have of kelp, seaweed, and everything along the coastline. There is one processing factory, one place in Iceland, but we need to learn from you. This is not only about least developed countries, marginalized countries, or small island development countries. It is about everyone. I know in Euro you probably have to, in the industrialized countries, you have to farm seaweed. But in Ireland, they make ice cream. Can you believe it? And I'm going to try to make soup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Really appreciate that, and we will do our best to connect the chefs with you so that you get some tutoring on that. The point that you raised about aquatic and blue foods, it being a little bit hard to get traction with some of the institutions, that might link back to one of the points that was made earlier, which is that seaweed ticks all the boxes, and aquatic and blue foods in general tick all the boxes. And when you tick all the boxes, it's a little bit hard to deal with organizations that tend to have narrower technical focuses. And so finding ways to package what is done in ways that are easier for those institutions to deal with, that might be something that we collectively need to work on. So that's my challenge to the group now before we head out on a break. And we are running a tad over our time, but we need to take about a 20-minute break. Could somebody tell me what time it is here in Lisbon, please? The exact time right now. It is 15:47. We are going to come back at 10 minutes past. So we'll do a little bit extra. We'll come back at 10 minutes past the hour. And I'm saying that's precisely because we do have our participants online. They're going to be watching some videos while we go out and enjoy the snacks outside. So participants online, please bear with us as we do our transitions. We need to do this for various technical reasons. And we will be back with you at 10 minutes past the hour in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. See you soon. Thank you all. We're still waiting for some stragglers to join us back here in the auditorium. Again, thank you to those online for your patience. We are about to hear from our friend Adrien Vincent, and not sure that we have the PowerPoint loaded, and I'm just going to be looking at the back here because it's possible that we have a different version that is online than the one that I have here that I'm advancing. And if not, Adrien is perfectly prepared to speak from the heart. He is the program director of Ocean Seaweed for Europe. He's going to be speaking about EU for Algae, and he's a member of EU for Algae. So we're delighted, Adrien, to welcome you. And speaking extemporaneously about this, we're looking forward to hearing about this exciting new initiative. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Nichola, and good afternoon, everybody. And even if I've done 10 years of consultancy in my life, I think I can now live without slides for a moment. So we've heard today a lot of different voices from seaweed entrepreneurs and innovators, from seaweed scientists, from intergovernmental organizations, from the civil society. And I've seen also some investors in the room, but there is one type of stakeholders we have not talked so much about, which are policymakers. And if we really want to achieve this system change and really mainstream and develop the seaweed industry in a sustainable way, we need policymakers on board. It's maybe not as sexy as startups, but it's really a key part of the puzzle. And policymakers, of course, they can help with putting new regulations in place to accelerate the development of the industry, to streamline the access to the markets, but they can also help with convening players in the space, with the sharing of best practices, or even with funding, public funding for research and for awareness activities. And so today, I'm delighted to share with you the fact that the European Commission has really decided to step up on the entire algae industry. And so, like Joao earlier today, I will talk not only about seaweeds, but at seaweed and microalgae. And so last year, the European Commissioner for the Environment, the Ocean and Maritime Affairs, Commissioner Sinkevicius, announced the new Blue Economy Strategy for the European Commission. And part of this Blue Economy Strategy is the launch of an algae initiative that we expect to be formally announced and developed later this year. But already there is a first kind of foundation element that will be at the heart or one of the engine of this algae initiative. It's called EU for Algae. EU for Algae is a new stakeholders forum that is organized by the European Commission, so it's piloted by both the DG Mare and by CINEA, which is the implementing agency of the European Green Deal for the Commission. And so this new stakeholders forum aims at becoming the kind of new one-stop shop for all algae stakeholders to build together this industry and to scale up this regenerative, sustainable, fair, and resilient algae industry in Europe. And the Commission has decided to be assisted by private sector players and organizations to really develop this EU for Algae platform. And so we have decided to join forces between a number of European coalitions. So you can see the members of the consortiums that is piloting the EU for Algae. You have ESPRO, that is famous for the Submariner network, that is bringing together around 50 members across the Baltic in the seaweed space. You have the European Algae Biomass Association, EABA, with their 161 members across macroalgae and microalgae. You have Systemic, that I represent today, with the coalition Seaweed for Europe. We launched 2 years ago, and we have now more than 120 members across 16 countries in Europe. And then you have other specialists in project management like Yura, who already works a lot on innovation topics with the Commission, and Technopolis, who was instrumental in developing the Blue Bioeconomy Forum for the Commission, who are experts in policy. So altogether, this group is piloting this EU for Algae Forum. Before I tell you a bit more about this initiative, maybe many of you, I recognize many faces, many of you know me as the program director of Seaweed for Europe. Because of this new momentum led by the Commission, we decided that it was becoming a bit duplicative to maintain these two coalitions next to each other. So basically, we are currently integrated Seaweed for Europe, all the assets, the knowledge assets we have developed, all our members, all our knowledge, directly into EU for Algae. So by the end of 2022, you might not see Seaweed for Europe logo anymore. That does not mean we died. That does not mean we have lost our energy. It just means we have joined a bigger family, which is EU for Algae. So now, what is EU for Algae about? Two main things. There is one element about an online platform, and there is one element about community building and working groups. So the online platform will be hosted by the Maritime Forum, where you can already find lots of hubs of different European projects, like, for instance, Blue Invest. And so we really want this online platform to be the one-stop shop for all of you algae stakeholders to find the data you need, to find policy briefs, to find research, knowledge assets, available grants, public funding, and so on. So that really becomes the one place where you know you can find the facts, the evidence, the programs that you are looking for, and also the rest of the members of the community. So this online platform will go live during the summer. Of course, because we work with the Commission, you have to adapt to a broader, more slower process, and the whole Maritime Forum is being retrofitted during winter. So that means you will enjoy a first version of EU for Algae online for the next 6 months, and then after winter there will be an upgraded version that is aligned with the new Maritime Forum. The second element is about working groups. So we have decided jointly with the Commission to pilot 7 working groups in parallel. One of them is on microalgae cultivation, one is on microalgae cultivation, one is on algae for food, algae for feed, algae for other uses like all the new applications we have heard about, from textiles to biopackaging and so on. One is on ecosystem services and bioremediation. One is on youth and entrepreneurship, and one is on policy, standards, and regulations. And on top of these working groups that will work on developing, together with the community of members, some actual deliverables and policy recommendations for the Commission. Next to that, we have also this mission to help with the whole novel foods agenda. So many of you who know the European context, you might know that whenever you want to commercialize a new species, it's potentially a very complex process, and especially when it comes to new algae species. So there is also this very important task for EU for Algae to help the Commission accelerate and streamline the acceptance and the commercialization of new species on the market. So this is a bit what I wanted to tell you. The only thing that makes me sad about the lack of slides is I wanted you to flash a QR code where you could register on some of the working groups and on EU for Algae. But I'm sure if you follow us on LinkedIn and Twitter, and I will ask a favor to the Safe Seaweed Coalition to please post the link so anyone can register. That would be much appreciated. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a good Seaweed Day.
Thank you very, very much, Adrien, and really appreciate your flexibility at the last minute. Not everybody would be able to do what he just did, because some people really need the PowerPoints, and just so extra kudos to you for doing that. Much appreciated. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our next panel. Again, same model, with somebody who's going to start us off with framing remarks. And I say somebody because our initial framing remarks person has unfortunately had to send his regrets. He was called into some other business. What other business is more important than this? I don't know. But I'm sure, no, I'm really being facetious there. He sent his regrets. So on the other hand, we have Carlos Drews, who has very kindly agreed to step in. So, my clicker is not working. Can you add? I have to wait for a second. I do not have to wait for a second. I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, so I would like to see the next slide coming up. So I'm introducing Carlos Druz. There we go. Because I want to explain a little bit about this panel before turning it over to you, Carlos. So Carlos Duarte was supposed to be coming in and speaking to us to really set us up for a good discussion on seaweed and the environment. Also, Teresa Teudetzbacher of the Climate Foundation is not going to be able to join us. So you see that we have 7 chairs here. We actually don't need the 7 chairs in the end. On the other hand, we do have the other panelists, Carlos, just to let you know this, because I think you did not know that Teresa was not going to be joining. But we're really delighted, thank you, to welcome you to speak here as the, where are you on here? That's interesting. Here. You are here, so I'm going to let you further introduce yourself. And without further ado, thank you so much for stepping in.
My name is Carlos Druz, and I'm the Executive Vice President for Conservation at OceanWise. OceanWise is a Vancouver-based ocean conservation organization working out of the unceded land and waters of 3 First Nations, the Tsleil-Waututh, the Squamish, and the Musqueam. And it's an organization with a global ambition. It has been set up to tackle 3 main threats to the oceans: climate change, overfishing, and pollution. And one of the programs is called sea forestation. It's really the care, the protection, and the management of the underwater sea forests, underwater forests like kelp. And that program in particular hits the 3 main threats to the oceans in one go. So when I moved to Vancouver to take the position 2.5 years ago, I did a trip with my family to a place called Tofino on Vancouver Island, very remote. Rented a kayak and started paddling out with my 2 little children. And little did I know that I would run into and get tangled in a bull kelp forest. Beautiful. And as tempting as it was, I paddled inside and I was just fascinated, and then it was hard work to get out. Of course, fascinating, and I only could imagine what was under the surface. But mariners have known what is under the surface for centuries. And they knew that under the surface, you will find hard substrate, rocks, because rocks are bad news for the hull of their boats. And when Charles Darwin was maneuvering his way around Patagonia and South America down there, they did the most amazing charts of the presence and absence of kelp, because they had to charter kelp in order not to run into rocks in those treacherous waters. So fast forward about 120 years after Charles Darwin, and you will find Jacques Cousteau and his friends designing and developing the aqualung. And all of a sudden, we had visual access to what was really underneath. And then fast forward again, and you saw My Octopus Teacher. Most of the world saw it, and all of a sudden, it's a common conversation in any household that has Netflix and that was very bored during COVID. Now we can have a conversation about kelp and about underwater forests. Fascinating magic. So let's zoom out now for a moment and think about the SDG 14, life below water. Now we know what it looks like, but what does it do to the planet? The formulation of the SDG itself speaks to it, but it really says to conserve and use sustainably the oceans for sustainable development, in short. So they make a good case at explaining why the oceans matter, and I won't run you through all the statistics of that, only to say, yes, the oceans are 99% of the living space on the planet. And at least 3 billion people depend on coastal and marine resources. So that's a good reason. But why should a landlocked citizen bother? Well, because every second breath we take comes from the ocean, and because the oceans have this incredible power to buffer the impacts of climate change, absorbing CO2, excess heat, and so on. You've heard it all. Well, kelp is in the mix of why that happens, and it's a formidable carbon sink. So I want to speak a little bit about that in the framing of seaweed and the environment. And the one issue I take with the use of sustainable and sustainable development is the same issue I take with the blue economy interpretation in some corners, and maybe some corners of this conference in particular, where it is about do no harm. Make sure you take the maximum benefits of the oceans without harming the oceans. I have to say, do no harm is not good enough. We have a patient in the emergency room. I will not bore you or depress you with the bleaching coral story and overfishing and the dead zones of the planet. We have a patient. So do no harm to the patient is keep the patient in the emergency room. We need to go beyond that. And there is my call personally to the seaweed industry to consider what does this look like, to go ocean positive, to go nature positive, to go regenerative, rebuilding marine life. And the good news is it can be done. And Carlos Duarte, who should be standing here with his microphone, authored as a main author an amazing paper in Nature in 2020, Rebuilding Marine Life. And it's really a call for let's do this in the next 30 years, we can accomplish it if we focus on 9 elements of marine life. One of them is seaweed and restoring seaweed ecosystems. So I become very hopeful when you see this roadmap to successful restoration of ocean health. And a closing remark that says it is no less than an ethical imperative that we do this, but it's also a smart business objective. Of course it is, you would say. So what does ocean positive seaforestation look like? And for me, this is really the call of, okay, what can we envision? And as part of this panel, I hope we will be able to deal into the details of what that looks like. So let me just close by saying, this is a no regrets move that humankind is undertaking. And all of you are a part of that. And I say no regrets because it's very promising if done responsibly. And I think I want to underline that. And there is the invitation for us to think about how can we all contribute to an ocean-positive approach to seaweed farming.
Wow. Carlos, thank you for setting up this conversation so well. Please have a seat. And other panelists, please come join us. So Philippe, Tiago, Andrea, please come join us. And just making sure that, there we are. So we should have only one seat empty at this point. So having heard Carlos speak, that was a really passionate introduction. So glad it's only one. So that was interesting. But we're not missing anybody. Because Teresa couldn't come either. All right. So, and Teresa is sending me texts saying how unhappy she is that she wasn't able to make it. She missed her flight connection. So she sends her really sincere regrets as well. But delighted to have you here. So first of all, we asked you each, as with the previous panels, to prepare some remarks. So I'm going to go to each of you. I'm going to go Andrea and Tiago and Philippe. And then we'll open it up for that freewheeling conversation. And or if you guys give me ideas and I'll ask you questions. Andrea.
Is this on? Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea Pazlacavex. I'm currently a PhD student at UC Santa Cruz, and I'm the founder of Spora, long name, Sociology and Planning for Optimal Restoration of Algae. We're taking local and technical knowledge into kelp reforestation efforts alongside fishing communities in Baja California and Mexico. And we're using green gravel. Some of you have heard of that.
Hi everyone, I'm Tiago, a conservation biologist at Mossy Earth, and first of all, thank you for inviting me to speak here. We carry out work in all kinds of ecosystems, and we're always looking for ways to carry out direct action that will be a cost-effective way to restore nature and biodiversity, and that's how we ended up being interested in kelp. And we're working here in Portugal, actually, with another organization called Sea Forester, and what we're doing is trying to scale up kelp forest restoration. So we're using this new technique, or relatively new technique as well, green gravel, and really trying to see if we move beyond the research and experimental scale to really doing, at this time, large-scale experiments and seeing if we can really start having an impact in this area. And yeah, I'm in terms of my framing here, it's I don't have perhaps the experience of someone who's been working in seaweed for a long time, but I have been directly involved in getting this project off the ground, getting also people engaged in it, and I hope we can discuss a little bit about how that can be done as well.
That's great. In fact, what's nice, by the way, both of you are involved in green gravel. And Andrea, you have been also working on seaweed in a broader context with respect to the environment. So we're going to be interested to hear from you how seaweed contributes to environmental sustainability in various dimensions. Tiago, one thing that you know from looking at your videos, and some of you may have seen the videos that Mossy Earth is doing about their reforestation, is trials. You try, and if they don't succeed, you give up, right? Wrong. No, you learn from your trials and you move forward. So it'll be interesting to hear from you about using that. Now, let me just turn to Philippe, who will have prepared remarks on seaweed and environmental sustainability. So what's your framing, please, Philippe?
Okay, that's okay. So I'm Philippe Potin, and you already see me today. So I will be able to talk about some of the recent initiatives where we have launched within Europe, and some of the colleagues which were involved in some proposals recently are present in the room, and it is very important to share the point of view of different people here on the potential of restoration, also to contribute to the potential of seaweed for the future, and especially how important it is to consider all the options of seaweed restorations with the aquaculture of seaweeds, and how it will integrate also with other type of aquaculture for contributing to the blue food in the future. So that's the point I would like to bring to this panel this afternoon. In addition, with of course other benefits of seaweed for the environment, we will discuss, I'm sure, during this afternoon.
And as Carlos so eloquently put it, really contributing to SDG 14 and many other SDGs besides. So let's just do a very quick round on seaweed and the environmental SDGs. Andrea, what's your perspective on that, please?
Yeah, I think that our SDG 14, life underwater, is like our umbrella where we can also harvest many other ones, many of which affect us, like zero hunger, pollution, and many, many more.
And many more. Tiago.
Yeah, maybe in terms of SDG 14, I would just add that when you look at it, there's many things we could be focusing on to tackle that. And as with other sort of nature restoration and conservation work, I think it's important to sort of find the key or like things that we can actually focus on. And kelp, wherever it's present, it really is a key part of a functioning ecosystem. So that's what sort of brought us into kelp. And what I think is really exciting about this is that if we get it right, the benefits can be so big that I think it's really exciting.
And if we get it right, because you were saying, do no harm isn't enough, Carlos.
Yes, and funnily enough, that makes us three trying green gravel. We're doing it in British Columbia as well, experimentally. So, yes, environment, climate change, of course, seaweed is contributing in a good way to carbon drawdown, but so much more. I mean, buffering from acidification locally is one very exciting discovery. And also wave attenuation. And wave attenuation comes along with, well, climate change is bringing along extreme weather events, more intense and more frequent than before. So protection from erosion will be part of that package. But then there is so much more, and I call it really carbon plus for seaweed, which is the restoration of some of the fisheries. And if you know, some of the fisheries associated with kelp include herring, for example, or rockfish. They are temporary habitat for salmon on the way upstream. I'm talking about the Pacific Northwest, but you may have your own examples from anywhere you are with seaweed. So biodiversity and then livelihoods. So if we put that together into the scheme of SDGs, we are looking at an amazing number of tentacles, more than the octopus has. And that's kind of the reach of seaweed as part of SDG 14.
And we were hearing this on earlier panels, that seaweed ticks all the boxes. And if we look at the SDGs, actually, we can find ways to link seaweed with contributing to all of the SDGs. So let's step away from SDG 14 for a second and look at some of the other environmental SDGs. And Andrea, I believe that some of your work has been linked to some of this. So and you can start us off, and Philippe is going to go to this. And because we're talking about the environment and we're talking about climate change, I'm going to cue this up. There's also conversations about seaweed and methane. So perhaps, Carlos, you can speak to that as well. Any of the panelists will also want to hear about that. We'll also want to hear, earlier panels have been speaking about the importance of marketing. You're also talking about getting it right. We also hear about, let's make sure that it's not hype. Let's make sure that it's really grounded in the science. So this is what you're also here to help us to do that. So, Andrea.
Yeah, I can speak a bit about the work we've been doing with Spora, trying to integrate local knowledge and technical for reforestation efforts. And something that we've been finding along the way is a lot of skepticism, but also a lot of people that want to join in. But we cannot, well, we try not to be over-realistic or under-realistic and, and having that or bring that hype to the fishermen communities that rely on this ecosystem as a source of livelihood. Can provide habitat for their urchins, their lobster, many species of fish and snail that they're taking out every day or every season, and they're seeing a decline on these fisheries. So we are bringing this golden gravel to the table, and they think it's the golden gravel, the holy grail, but we need to be realistic on the numbers and what we don't know. So I think that's something we need to take out like every day in every of our actions as we move forward into trying other restoration techniques, trying to assess the cost-benefit analysis and really come up with the realism of the situation. Yeah. That's my situation.
Well, later on, let's come back to what do we need to know? What are the gaps? But let's go. Carlos, you looked like you wanted to come in.
Yes, I wanted to because it's fascinating when you talk about a skepticism that is out there. For me, what is prudent is to underpromise and overperform. The problem with seaweed is the underpromise is so formidable that you get criticized for that already. So, and let me just walk a little bit on our thinking at OceanWise of what does it mean ocean-positive seaweed farming? Because that brings it down to this environmental side. One criteria, these are just draft thoughts that we have, is that you need to maximize the environmental returns and document it well. So these are accounting for your carbon, accounting for your minimizing your carbon and your plastic footprint as part of your operation, accounting for biodiversity addition as a result of your seaweed farm or restoration project. That's one. You also need to make sure that you're including the best available science to monitor the benefits and to monitor any negative impacts that you may be having and publicize them. So we believe in the full transparency of that. But this accounting of environmental benefits, I think, is what brings us into the carbon plus realm and creates this incredible opportunity. You probably have heard about carbon credits being in the mix, blue carbon credits protocols being developed. And when is that going to happen? I can tell you that that may not be a panacea in terms of the pricing, and that will probably not pay for all the restoration work that we need to do around the world. But the conversation around carbon credits is now being followed by one about water credits. And seaweed being this incredible purifier, call it bioremediation in some instances, we may be able to actually produce a cubic meter of water as a carbon credit, and down the road biodiversity credits, which are also in the mix of dialogues. So all of a sudden you have this carbon plus package, add to that the social impacts, and you're looking here at a very attractive proposition for anybody and any company wishing to do good, even from landlocked localities. If you invest from far away in any seaweed farming or seaweed restoration project, you can do no wrong.
And some seaweed producers, I'm hearing clapping, some seaweed producers may be very interested in knowing more about the how in connecting to that. So I hope I'm not going out on a limb and saying, if you're hearing this and you're thinking, hey, how can I connect with somebody who knows about this, please reach out to Carlos Druz.
On ocean.org, because we just released a new report on Monday about seaforestation and its potential in British Columbia in particular, but it helps you make the case for seaweed anywhere on the planet. And it's really formidable when you look at the square kilometers of seaweed that you find, and then how many tons of carbon. About 4,000 households can be heated over winter just with what seaweed is drawing down in terms of carbon as an equivalent, and that's a very minimum calculation.
And there's a lot more of those numbers to be generated. Philippe, you were nodding quite vigorously as Carlos was speaking.
Yeah, of course. And, I was just willing to stress that we need much more scientific evidence for the future, especially if we want to consider the seaweed for positive for the environment. And it would probably have been stressed by Carlos Duarte if it had been present that at the moment we are lacking scientific evidence to really make a seaweed convincing solution for the IPCC. So and we have still a lot of work to conduct. But what I want to bring to the panel is that we have some good science which is advancing, of course. Those which were announced this year within very important papers, but also some work which is in preparation and which will provide much more evidence, and seaweed are contributing to carbon, of course, capture, but also carbon release, which is not only for entering the carbon cycle, but also contributing to carbon sequestration. So that new evidence will be probably available in a few months, and that will strengthen the potential of seaweed for these aspects. And also what we have to consider is that when we are discussing about restoration, of course we are saying that seaweeds are ticking the box for SDG 13 by mitigating climate change, but in fact, they are also facing a lot of threats due to climate change, and especially we are not talk too much about heating, which is heat waves, which are occurring in many regions in the world and which are threatening especially kelp beds, but not only, even some other very important construction with calcareous red algae, for example, are also under threat, not only corals, but also these algae are also contributing very importantly to coral reefs, so we have to keep that in mind. And so for that we will need much more science to understand how to adapt also the practices which are currently developed for seaweed restoration, especially the green gravel process, which could be improved by recent knowledge which was published, which has shown that in fact, of course, with the speed of the change we are facing at the moment, it's difficult for species to adapt. But there is some acclimatizations which are in progress, which are in fact some adaptation, and that is starting to be understood by some scientists, especially the people which are interested in a field which would be a bit complicated to explain to everybody, but which is so-called epigenetics. So, in fact, something which will not change, in fact, the genetic patrimonial, it will not influence the genes of the seaweed, but it will influence the expression of genes. And by influencing the expression of genes, you will, in fact, modify the way to adapt to some stress in the environment, and that was discovered very, very recently, that the pattern of marks which could be on the DNA or on the chromatins, the chromosomes of seaweeds, is also influenced by some external factors, which could be temperature, it could be others, and that will make a print which could be transmitted to the next generations. And that offer a new way of thinking about potentialization of this response to stress, and to think about how to use this new knowledge to improve the technology of seaweed restoration, especially for the green gravel. The simple experiments which are conducted with the microscopic stages of kelps, and which are shown that you can really improve their tolerance to temperature, and that could also lead to the increased tolerance for the large plants. are very important for the future. So this is really very recent hot topic of research for seaweeds, but it should be encouraged in the near future because we are in an emergency, and that is very important for this aspect. Of course, we have also to consider other SDGs, and especially SDGs which are related to the land, and of course. We already talked this afternoon about the potential of seaweeds to bring new solutions for agriculture. We talk about the potential for animal, and especially animal health, and also for plant health, and also the reduction of fertilizers and so on. But of course, there is a lot of hope also that we can, by modifying the gut the microbiota of some ruminants, we may decrease the methane emission by ruminants in the future. So there is a lot of actuality on a given species, which is Asparagopsis, especially in Australia, as was stressed by Joe Kelly earlier. But there is potentially also some risk in the development, so we have to evaluate what could be the risk. There is still a controversy between scientists about not the benefit of a solution, of course, of reducing methane emissions, but about the potential side effect of providing seaweeds rich in some brominated compounds to animals, and what could the consequences it could have for the animal health, but also for human health, which could consume the meat or the milk from these animals. So that's some very important topics for science, and but we are in an emergency to address these questions, but that will be very important.
Thank you. So Andrea wanted to react. I want to give the floor to Tiago very quickly. And then while they're speaking also, if there are any questions from the audience, please get yourself teed up. So Andrea, and then Tiago.
Yeah, I just wanted to react to the priming of the juveniles and those populations that are already adapting. At least in Baja California, we are already utilizing this help from nature, because in some areas over 90% of the kelp is gone, and those populations that have a higher tolerance to increase in temperature, environmentals with less nutrient, is the ones that we are sourcing for our ongoing gametophyte bank, so the seeds of kelp, basically, that we can maintain in the lab, and we are seeding our gravel with that. So I just wanted to highlight that. Nature is helping us.
Are you selecting your sites based also on climate refugia? I mean, if we think 50, 100 years from now, and we already have projections in relative high resolution about what climate refugia may look like, so that you don't get affected by the next warm blob?
Yeah, so we're just characterizing our sites. We have many actual issues: urchin deserts, snail deserts, invasive species, 3 different of them growing every year. So this is part of the data. We have multiple layers that we are utilizing for this. And the first one is where kelp used to be and looking at what is going on right now. But the cool thing about green gravel, as you might know, is that it can serve as a spore dispersal hub, and then it can disperse itself. So we need to find those sites that after we seed, they're maintained as long as possible. But yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and also say your experience with this, and then we'll go to audience questions.
Yeah, maybe the comment I'd like to make also about where the science is and where it might be going is, to some extent, the fact that it's in its infancy, seaforestation compared, for example, reforestation on land, is I think it's also an opportunity for whatever we do now to contribute both with the impact we're already having, but also with knowledge. And also that for us, we tap into, so we're not producing the seaweed, and the seaweed is what we're offering. What we're offering is this benefit to ecosystems, and that to do that in something that's still being developed. Our approach to that is to sort of capitalize on the fact that this is something a bit new for most people. So it's actually exciting. So it's something that people can learn about. It's these underwater forests that maybe they haven't heard of, and then also to take people on this journey of understanding how to do this. So as opposed to waiting until we have everything, all the experiments done, everything certain, and then we claim what's happening. We just take people on the journey. We say, this is what we know, this is what we don't know. we have good reasons to try it this way. And the way we do that is as well through essentially engaging people through social media, like YouTube videos and all of that. And the response has been really good. You don't see people saying, you tried this, it didn't work, it was a bad idea. Generally, people are like, it's good, it's refreshing to see someone saying, well, you tried it and it didn't work. So we're really happy about taking that approach, and I think it's quite important.
That is great. We have time for one question from the room, and if there are questions from the online audience, we'll take one from the online audience. So are there any questions from within the room? And please identify yourself, and your question has to be even shorter than the earlier questions.
José Pintado from the Institute of Marine Research in Vigo, CSIC. Well, we are talking a lot about carbon sequestration, of course, but we know also that nitrogen is a big issue in coastal waters because of pollution by agriculture, fertilizers, and so on. So could we talk also about nitrogen credits?
Oh, interesting. So let's see if there are there any questions online? No questions online. Nitrogen credits.
Beautiful,
Carlos.
beautiful proposition, because I haven't heard any conversation about nitrogen credits. However, if you purify with seaweed a cubic meter of water by removing excess nitrogen, you may be falling into the water credits category. And that is a fantastic thing. And I understand and I hear that kelp even thrives in front of desalination plants. So all of a sudden, very interesting. You have a lot of desalination plants in areas very poor with fresh water. Mining industry in northern Chile is a good example. What if you use kelp to remove the excess minerals and dissolved matter that goes into the ocean as a result? Temperature of desalination effluents is a bit higher than the ocean temperature, and that drives even increased growth. So all of a sudden you have that potential and you're restoring.
Thank you for an incredibly provocative and very helpful question. Is there another question? All right.
Yeah, I'm Bodhi Patil from Sea Dragon Studios, and Andrea and I won the Youth Innovathon on our invasive species project 2 days ago, so that was awesome. My question is, what are the most effective case studies of kelp forest regeneration, and what are all of you doing now to continue doing that, and in terms of like specific examples of what has worked?
Okay, that was a two-parter, but all right. Let's start with Carlos, Tiago.
Oh, you know what I want to dare? Is to pass the question to somebody in the audience who is one of the global experts in kelp restoration,
Please.
Aaron Eager. Why don't you tell us the story?
Oh, that's brilliant. Microphone to Aaron, please. Aaron is now on the spot and is moving to get the microphone, and the microphone is passing to him. Aaron, over to you.
Sure. So there are some really nice examples out of Japan and Korea. Norway as well. They tend to be in situations where urchins were the cause of the problem. So by being able to spend the money and the effort to control the urchin problem, they've been able to facilitate kelp restoration either naturally, say in Norway, they've been able to just remove the urchins. There's enough of a spore bank existing that allows the kelp to come back. Japan and Korea have invested heavily, and I stress heavily, in the hundreds of millions of dollars to do large-scale kelp restoration projects that really just don't exist in the rest of the world. And that really borrows from a lot of the aquaculture knowledge that they have there. So I think that's where you can start to marry kelp restoration and aquaculture to take that expertise and that technical know-how and apply that to restoring kelp forests in a natural setting. But in a lot of other places, you have very small-scale restoration, so it's possible, but they're currently the exceptions as opposed to the reality.
Thank you very much, Aaron. I want to close this segment out because we need to move to the next one. So this is you get one line on why you're passionate about seaweed. Yeah, we don't have time to go into that conversation. So one line, go ahead. Why are you passionate about seaweed? In the context of the environment.
I would say I'm passionate with seaweed, not only in the context in the environment, for every aspect of seaweed biology and potential. So, but for the environment, of course, I'm passionate by The idea is that we may really have a strong impact in the oceans just by manipulating one compartment in the ecosystem, which is the seaweed, which are the founding species.
Wonderful. Carlos.
It's a conservation super solution if taken to scale and done responsibly.
Thank you. Tiago.
I'd say that it represents an exciting opportunity for innovation and to have impact at scale in the environment.
Thank you. Andrea, you get to
I'm
close.
going to be on the cheesy side. I love kelp, and when I first dove there for the first time, it created such a respect that I became an advocate for it. So I want people to keep enjoying that. Thank you.
For love. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Huge hand for our panel. Thank you so much. Going to invite you to leave the stage while we invite our next speaker to come up. And we are going to be hearing from one of Portugal's own, thank you so much, Carlos. From one of Portugal's own, Lena Abreu, who's going to be speaking to us about IMTA, Integrated Multitrophic Aquaculture, a Portuguese seaweed farmer perspective. Thank you. Thanks, Lena.
Hello, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be here. And in fact, I didn't prepare a presentation. So I'm just going to be talking about what has been our experience so far and a bit the goal of why choosing IMTA and where we are at this point. So I'm a marine biologist and started working with seaweed in 1998 or 99, so a long time ago. And Nichola asked me yesterday why seaweed, and I said I got into seaweed because they're beautiful. And when I first dove in the Azores, similar to what we just heard, I thought they were the best organisms to start studying. So, and this is an introduction just to say that before we go into aquaculture and to farm seaweed, we need to understand their biology and the ecophysiology involved in the growth and in the conditioning of the quality of seaweed. So in more or less 2006, my love for seaweed grew on me the idea that we could do seaweed farming in Portugal, and do seaweed farming in Portugal, but using the integrated multitrophic aquaculture concept that I studied during those times. And in 2011, we created Alga Plus. And Alga Plus, I like to say that we are a primary producer and a blue biotech company. And in fact, we grew from an R&D environment, but with a very clear focus in the market. So we are talking today about the innovation into markets and the demand of seaweed biomass. But looking back, 11, 12 years ago, there were already food companies and cosmetic companies in Europe that were demanding for seaweed sourced in Europe, sustainably sourced in Europe. And at that time, they were importing seaweed from Asia or totally reliable only in wild harvested biomass. So that's why we created the company. And when we talk seaweed, and it's very important, and I think it's one of the dangerous aspects of today's trendiness around seaweed, and we heard this from Sander early today. Seaweeds, it's a very global concept. There are different species that require different production systems, different conditions for grow, and that have different applications. So in Alga Plus, we focused in 4 species, 2 green and 2 red seaweed. And to grow these seaweed species, sea lettuce, Atlantic nori, ogonori, or codium, in fact, we cannot do it so easily in at-sea systems or offshore systems. So the idea was to use space and coordinate our efforts with existing fish farms here in northern Portugal to develop production systems for these species. I can say that today we are the main EU seaweed farmer after 10 years farming these species in Europe in these types of onshore systems and providing the food and cosmetic markets with this biomass. And one of the critical points of IMTA and why we chose IMTA, and because it's my role today of talking about that, is that seaweed, they require different conditions, but one factor is limiting for seaweed growth anywhere, which is nutrients, inorganic nutrients. Nitrogen, we just heard about that, and carbon. And when we think that we want to grow the sector and that we want to increase production and produce biomass with in consistency, in quantity, and in quality to provide the growing markets in Europe, we need to provide nutrients for seaweed. And we can either do it by adding fertilizers or we can do it through IMTA. So IMTA is a tool for increasing seaweed production biomass, to have seaweed produced with quality and food safe also. And today this is happening in Europe, not only in onshore systems like the ones we are doing here in Alga Plus and other projects appearing in Portugal, but also intentionally or unintentionally at sea and offshore systems, where we see seaweed farms being placed to close to salmon runoff effluents, salmon farms, sorry, but also in coastal areas that are receiving runoffs from agriculture and that are providing that fertilizer. So we are in a very important upscale phase nowadays, in the second upscaling phase, due to investment, private investment, crucial private investment, and also a recent R&D project just finished, the project GeniAlg, that gave us, allowed us to grow and to make IMTA even more a reality as the way of sourcing biomass in Europe. I have a short video, but I also like to mention that outside you can find some products of seaweed biomass sourced from an IMTA production system. So not only IMTA can help to reduce the ecological footprint of aquaculture activities. We heard just the bioremediation, so when we talk about nitrogen credits and carbon credits, and IMTA is a tool to do that. We are improving also the acceptance of aquaculture and blue food products to the consumer. And this is something that we've been witnessing in our contact with the businesses and with the end consumers about IMTA. So I leave you this short video just now that gives you, and I'll be just talking, how do I do this? Okay, press it, yeah. I think there's no sound around it. Okay, so what's happening? I need to press. There is actually. But anyway, this gives you an idea of the farms and of our farm here in Portugal. So it's supplied with the water coming from a coastal lagoon. The water passes through fish ponds and then goes into the seaweed farming units. It's a totally clean system. We don't add any products for the production. And then the effluent of the seaweed farm goes out to the coastal lagoon, totally depleted of nitrogen, so clean water goes back into the lagoon of Aveiro. We have a hatchery phase, then we have seaweed tanks that you saw before, concrete tanks that were refurbished from abandoned fish farms into seaweed production units, and more recently a new raceway system. Processing is also done in-house, and this assures complete traceability from the flasks in our hatchery to the final product that then we are sourcing to the consumer. IMTA allows us also as a tool, besides reducing the nutrients of the water that goes back into the coastal lagoon, is a tool to be able to have organic certification here in Europe, because we are using natural fertilizers coming from organic farmed fish. So in our hatchery, we are able to have this totally clean nutrient input to our seaweed seedlings, but also to our seaweed tanks outside. So this is why I'm a totally advocate for IMTA. I really think it's the way that we can increase, or one of the ways that we can increase seaweed biomass production in Europe, because we need to be realize that although I was saying we are the main producers, we are still very far from Asian numbers nowadays, either in kelp or in these on these seaweed species that we are producing here in Portugal. But I think we are on the good track. We have the knowledge available from R&D institutions. We have companies, traditional food companies, and there's one here present today, the company from Portugal, Mendes Gonçalves. Traditional food companies that are integrating seaweed in their food products and putting them out into the retail, readily available at a good price for the consumers. And this is, it's been a pleasure to be working in the sector for these years. And it's even more a pleasure to see today the momentum around the sector that I truly believe that will help us all in the mission of democratizing seaweed to all the people globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lena. And Lena, don't go away, actually, because we're going to start the next panel. So we were going to have a little audience interaction, but to gain time. So if you need to get anything, you might want to get it now. But otherwise, please join us, panelists on stage. Going to invite on stage, let me just skip to that slide. Whoops. So we're going to have a couple of virtual panelists, and Lena will be back to join us here. For some reason, her name's not on here, but we will. Oh, I know why, because Frank could not join us, except Frank is here. So, so welcome. I'm going to be here. Okay. Please. So we're going to be joined online by Jorunn, who is one of our steering committee members, who's joining us from Norway, from Brianna, who's in Maine, and who may have heard some good news with respect to her work earlier today, by Frank, who I thought was not going to be here, and therefore I asked Lena to sit in for him, so we will have both of them here. Camilla, welcome, from Bezeos, and Runa, who has been saying to me, I'm surrounded by scientists. And there's something really important in what she's saying, because let's not miss the importance of art and the art world to what is being done. Chefs, we heard from chefs earlier today. Runa, for those who have been in the facility here, you may have seen some gorgeous gowns out there in the foyer, in the reception area. And if you haven't seen them, please check them out. Runa has made them of seaweed. So we're going to be hearing from a fashion designer. I also want to point to something else. Some of you, alert observers, may have been seeing these really cute pieces of artwork. They are by a fabulous graphic recording artist named Lucia Fabiani, who is an Italian graphic recording artist. And she did amazing work for us when we did an online dialogue. We, the Safe Seaweed Coalition, did an online Food Systems Summit interactive dialogue, an independent dialogue that we're quite proud of, I might say. Let us turn now to seaweed and it's the seaweed and everything else session. Seaweed and sustainability. Let us check to see whether Jorunn and Brianna can be brought online. Because not seeing them yet. So do we have them? Jorunn, very well. So let's turn to Jorunn first. For your initial thoughts on seaweed and sustainability. What we're going to do is Jorunn, and then Brianna, and then we'll go through the panel, and then riff off each other. All right, so Jorunn, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Nichola, and good evening, everybody. So, sustainability goal number 13, this is climate action. And as we all know, climate situation calls for urgent actions, and as seaweed farming can produce large amounts of an annual crop without exploitation of limited resources, this represents a great potential for significant carbon removal. And to obtain this, we need to develop products or solutions that ensure that the carbon that has been built into the seaweed biomass is kept out of the carbon cycle for a period long enough to be accounted for as carbon storage and carbon offsetting. And the possible climate positive effect of such products needs to be documented and verified to enable for carbon offsetting mechanisms, and as an initiative from UN Global Compact and in partnership with the DNV and the oil and gas companies Equinor and Lundin Energy, SINTEF is now kicking off a joint industry project to work out sustainable seaweed carbon solutions. And the two solutions we think have a high potential as carbon solutions are biochar and deposition. Biochar is the most obvious carbon storage product as it has commercial value, for instance, as soil improver. And sinking of seaweed down to deep sea sediments may seem like an easy solution with a big potential, but also an uncertain way of storing carbon, and more research is needed to document both the storage effect and the environmental interactions before doing this at a large scale, enough to matter in a CO2 removal perspective. So we should identify sea or ocean regions in the world that are suitable for seaweed carbon solutions, as these may be others than the ones used for producing seaweed for food, feed, and other valuable products. We should look more into the species that are fast-growing, large biomass producers, but at the same time, maybe not the most obvious candidates for use in food and feed due to high content of unwanted compounds. Seaweed as a sole carbon sequestration solution should, of course, not be done instead of producing for food and feed. That would be very unethical, but I think we need to do this in addition to that. We need to mind the urgency. Maybe it's a revolution to use seaweed this way, but we may go wrong if we don't let seaweed help us to solve the climate changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. And I want to pick up on a word that you used because several earlier speakers have used it, and it's worth keeping in our conversation, and that is the word ethical. So let's keep in mind, so it's very clear that many seaweed stakeholders really care about the ethics of what they're doing. Now let's turn to Brianna, who again, I'm not seeing her on the screen, but I know she was in the waiting room earlier. So can we please have Brianna show up on our screen here? I guess while we're doing that, let's turn to the panel here. Let me start with Frank on seaweed and sustainability broadly.
Okay, thanks, Nichola. I don't know if it's working.
Mike, please. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, sustainability, global sustainability. We in Algaia are one of the main processors of seaweed in France, not to say in Europe. We are processing about 40,000 tons of fresh seaweed every year, collected from Brittany, so wild stock. And I can tell you that sustainability is a question that we have every day about this aspect. And of course, our way to improve even better the sustainability of our own biomass is actually to try to maximize out of the biomass that we're extracting from the sea, the value out of it. Traditionally, people that are processing seaweed are looking for one compound, whether it's an alginate, a carrageenan, an antioxidant, a pigment. What we are proposing in our new development is actually to try to valorize, yes, an alginate, but also a plant biostimulant, using byproducts of the alginate production in order to make sure that you are maximizing the outcome of the 1 ton of seaweed that you get. So this is our first approach to sustainability. It requires a lot of innovation, creativity in terms of processing that we like, of course. And another thing, another angle of sustainability that we are approaching is that when Algaia is a young company and we only 6 years old. We started, we were 6, we are 100 now, because we made an acquisition of this factory in Brittany. And when we made this acquisition, this factory was running 40% on dried seaweed coming from Chile. We are in Brittany, Chile. Wasn't too sustainable to us. So our initiative has to try to develop more and more the local resource. And when I say local, it's not only from Brittany, but from Europe, more generally. And this is why we also are very interested on the aquaculture, because we know that this will be an add-on in terms of new biomass. We have at the other side of the company some customers that are also looking at sustainability, traceability. And we know that from some specific markets already, seaweed from aquaculture can answer to the demand by giving the value chain a very clear positioning in terms of impact on environment, impact on new product development. So this is why we are really interested by all those initiatives that we are talking about today.
That is wonderful, and I'm sure that the other panelists and listening to you are picking up on some, including one potential user of your products. So I'm just teeing you up there, Runa. But let me turn now to Brianna, who's been patiently waiting. So Brianna, what are your takes on seaweed and sustainability generally? And what kind of partnerships and scientific solutions, if you've been thinking about that, can you share something on that?
Yeah, I think first of all, this is a great event. Thank you for putting it on, and thank you for inviting me to participate. I'm over here in Maine, and we are the largest line-grown seaweed processor in the United States. And I think something that is often missing from the seaweed conversation is people. We talk about technology, we talk about the ocean, but we never talk about people. And I think we've heard a lot from everyone today about the ocean and carbon and all that, so I'll leave that aside. But our model is focused on empowering coastal communities to be the lead producers of seaweed. If we start replicating the mistakes that have been made in terrestrial agriculture, and the mistakes that have been made in terrestrial agriculture are enormous. They're making farmers poorer, the environment worse, and people more unhealthy. And we can make those same mistakes in seaweed. And so the way to kind of think about seaweed from our point of view is how can we look at the communities most affected by climate change, which is coastal communities and deserted communities, and work with those communities to adapt to climate change through seaweed farming, rather than replicating the idea that big companies put in massive farms with a bunch of machines and nobody benefits except that company. So we have 27 partner farmers in the state of Maine, all of whom are fishermen diversifying their income source in the face of climate change. And until we put people first, the environmental impacts may be minuscule unless we're also helping the people who are affected by climate change the most. So we turn it into food and animal feed products right now. We're looking to expand substantially. We just harvested 1 million pounds of line-grown seaweed this year. Our harvest season ended about a week ago. We're all exhausted and we're all excited to take a break. But here we are, and happy to answer any questions on that. But I really feel like if we're not putting people as the first foremost conversation in this, we're just talking about technical solutions that are ultimately not going to make a huge difference on the people who are actually most affected by climate change.
And I want to come back to something in your model, Brianna. So just to tee this up while we turn to the other panelists. The way that you engage with your farmers, the remuneration that you offer your farmers, so the pricing model that you have. So not to ask you that now, but to tee that up for later on, because it's really about avoiding those mistakes that have been made in agriculture. But let's keep going. Runa.
Thank you so much, Nichola. Oh, it's not on?
It should be. Keep trying.
Can you hear me? I guess so.
There we are.
Perfect. So thank you so much for having me here. It's wonderful being among such a wonderful group of people and diverse. And please cut me some slack. I'm a fashion designer. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a researcher. But yes, and I have used seaweed. So when it comes to sustainability, for me, I come from a completely different angle. I think seaweed touches upon all the SDG goals. Primarily, peace. Now, you would look at me and say, why peace? Right? Why would you say peace? Now, peace, because when I use seaweed in my process, it has helped me mitigate water wastage and water pollution. Water is life. If we don't have water, it can start wars. If, as fashion designers, we learn to mitigate water wastage and pollution, we are definitely moving the way, paving the way forward. And like I said, and peace, climate change, everything is related. We cannot have environmental justice without social justice. So that's where seaweed for me is extremely important, and I will explain how I've used it in my process later on.
Perfect. And no need to apologize. On the contrary, this is exactly why we wanted to have your perspectives, because seaweed does really touch on all of these domains, and you are an important seaweed stakeholder. You're an end user, and you're also paving the way for others. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, agreed. Camilla.
Let's see. Yeah, it's work. Yeah, maybe I can follow on Runa line because we also are, like, say, end user of seaweed. So we've basically been working with products from Algaia in collaboration with Sintef. Since at Pizza we develop flexible film based on seaweed for packaging applications. So it's a bioplastic material, but it's completely bio-based and biodegradable. And yeah, in this case, so our goal is not only to empower the seaweed sectors with all the benefit and the support that can give to reach the sustainable development goal, but also we want to fight plastic pollution. Basically, we want to use seaweed to replace what has been a commodity so far, which is plastic, and that is now polluting our oceans and our lands as well. And we believe that seaweed has a huge potential as a raw material. First of all, because it doesn't compete with land use, so and with food crops at the same time. And this gives seaweed an incredible scale-up potential as well, because it can be cultivated offshores, can be harvested. So it's still not 100% exploited resources, in particular in Europe, where it's a growing sector. And yes, we have been working since 4 years now into the development of our bioplastic solution. And we believe that this can be one of the ways to tackle the plastic pollution problem. Of course, it's not just about substituting all the plastic with seaweed-based material. We believe this has to be tackled through different approaches. So not using and reducing and changing the way we use packaging, particularly single-use packaging today. But we believe in particular for some application, home compostable material will have a key role in supporting, like, having a more circular utilization of the packaging. And yes, seaweed can play a nice role here.
Very good. I'm hearing applause again. Very good. And this is I don't think that we've heard much about bioplastics today. So I think there may be some more interest there may be some questions about that later on. Lena, seaweed and sustainability in general.
Yeah, well, that's a tricky question, as I say. Well, I come as the seaweed farmer, and of course that sustainability is at the base of our operation, especially when I was just mentioning before the way we are producing, not only by using the concept of IMTA, but also, and for me very important, and for the concept of our company, that connects a bit what the previous speakers were saying, with the capability that we can have of restoring, reinvent the use of coastal infrastructures on one side that have there's hectares and hectares around Europe abandoned that can be turned into seaweed farming areas. But also very importantly, as Brianna mentioned, the potential to use the knowledge, technical, but also non-technical, empirical knowledge of coastal communities that are around us to be integrated in the production process, in the farming, but in the processing, and even the consumption. I think that we need, each one of us start by acting locally, not only in the production, but the way also that we advocate seaweed around us. And I think that what we have seen, what I have witnessed in these past years, is that, okay, we talk about seaweed in all the different applications that we've heard, either from pigments in textiles, but also fibers to be used in textiles, the more, I would say the more different application that I have been touching base with. But also very importantly, the different ways that locally we can impact the communities, and talking with schools. And I think that when we bring each farmer or each processor, when we try to start acting locally and trying to give literacy of the oceans and literacy of seaweed to the community around us, we can help future generations to be more aware of the applications that seaweed can have and the impact they have in the environment. Yeah, so education, I think that it's a very important subject that we try to do it at Alga Plus, and that we should do it as a sector also.
And I'm seeing a lot of nods on this, and one characteristic of seaweed world is there are lots of seaweed actors who are convinced of the wonderful benefits of seaweed. and its sustainability, its contributions to it. But I'm sure that you all have the experience when you talk to people who are not familiar with seaweed, they're discovering this for the first time. So what is it going to take to get that message out, to get that education, that literacy out? Is it going to take actors like Varuna who are going to kind of shake and disrupt? Is it going to take the scientists who are going to be educating students? What's going to be needed? Anybody want to take this question? Paul.
I can if you want, Nichola. At least to start.
Yeah.
I think it takes a bit of everything, to be honest. We all, as stakeholders, we have to do our piece of job in order to go into schools, to educate at different levels, from the small ones to high-level education.
To the older kids?
To the older kids.
I'm pointing to myself.
It takes to artists also to communicate as well on their work and how important as a biomass seaweeds is playing. To the ecophysiologist, marine biologist, to say that those biomasses are very important also for coastal areas. So really, I would say it takes a bit of everybody efforts. One thing that I want to add up in the sustainability that I didn't mention earlier on, keep also aware, and this is what we're also facing every day, that it has to be also, to some extent, economically viable as well. This is very important in the sustainability development.
Economically viable, and actually...
has to be, it's not only environmental, it has to be, sustainability is about both axes, right? Environmental and economic, otherwise it won't work in the long term. Yeah.
And let's hear from Brianna on that point. What would you, I'm sure you want to add on this.
Yes, my internet cut in and out for a minute, and I was trying to scramble to connect it to my phone, so excuse me. Maine is rural, and our broadband is not great. So just so I understand the question, can you restate it?
It has to be economically viable to be sustainable, so including for the farmers, which is why I'm turning to you.
Yep, thank you very much. Yeah, for us, here in the state of Maine, we have a lobster industry that is dominant. And we are lucky in that we still have a wild capture fishery that is still extremely viable. Having said that, the Gulf of Maine is warming faster than 99% of oceans in the world. It is feeling very cold to anyone who lives here, but it's warming extremely quickly. And so our model was born of the idea that by taking the people who are deeply skilled in working on the ocean, in many international contexts, we talk about reskilling, which I think is somewhat of a displaced term because it's not about reskilling, it's about finding the skills that are out there and emphasizing them and making sure that we're leading into the skills that people along the coastlines already have. So we wanted it to be an economically viable model for fishermen in particular. So the model that we have done, if some, lawyer wanted to move up here and start a farm, our model wouldn't work for them. This is purely based on profitability for fishermen. And they already have boats. They already have a ton of economic knowledge on the water, water knowledge. They also have ropes. So what we do is we looked at the lobster industry and thought, okay, how do we make this work like the lobster industry? And the way we do that is we provide bait, which is seeds, and we do that for free. And then we also guarantee to buy back every single thing that they grow. So if, as we're kind of figuring out seaweed farming in the first few years, it's particularly important. And as they're figuring it out, as we bring on new farmers, even though we're providing technical assistance, things sometimes happen. And if they lose a line or two or three, the only money that they have lost is the staff time that they took to put out those ropes versus the cost of the seed that they would be losing, that we're out for all intents and purposes subsidizing and mitigating their risk. That's our shared risk. That's our part of the equation, saying we trust you. We are in this partnership with you. Here is free seed. And we promise we will show up at the dock at the end of the year, no matter how much you grow from the seed, even if we don't know where it's going yet. And that social compact has made a partnership where we are they're as reliant on us as we are on them. And we don't farm any of our own kelp anymore. We have turned it over completely to the supply chain, and we have built that trust. We help them apply for leases. We help them with the technical assistance. And then we have a facility based in Biddeford, Maine, that is turning it into value-added products from there. But we pick up on the dock, we provide harvest bags, we cover all the landing fees, and we make this as easy as possible to focus in on what they're really, really good at, which is growing seaweed in the water. And that economic model has allowed that risk to be mitigated enough that first adopters came in quickly and were able to promote the value that they made from it. They were profitable long before we were. We're still not. And they have been, most of them are profitable within the first year, and all of them are profitable within the second because of that model.
Risk sharing and a partnership that's really built on trust. Trust that you are very mindful and intentional of building. That's really important. Jeroen, we're going to turn to you very shortly on partnerships, but I think that Runa wants to come in. I sense that Runa wants to come in.
That's because I have a small story to share.
Yeah.
So basically, I always do my research to find out the methods that one can mitigate water wastage and pollution. So when I was doing my research, I came across this one technique which was practiced in the Japanese royal high courts in the 12th century. And it was a recipe that was stolen and taken to Europe. So the recipe was there online, and then they had this one substance which needed to be added to water. So I was like, okay, that's interesting, because if you add the substance to the water, then the water gets to be really viscous. When it gets to be viscous, you can actually splash inks on it. You can even draw on the surface. You put the fabric on it, you pull it out, the inks get transferred onto it. So I tried it out, and I basically used 50 liters of water, and we printed 150 meters of fabric. So now flashback, we go back to 2019. This was the United Nations preparatory meet, and that's when I get to meet Vincent. And I tell Vincent, he's like, oh, how come you're here? So I tell him, no, I found this really cool thing, you know. I've been printing using this one substance which you can add to water. And he's like, what is it? I said, it's carrageen. That's seaweed. I was like, no way, seriously? So that's how it actually began. It was almost like I stumbled into it. And that is where I say that as designers, sometimes we get into these creative processes without realizing what we're working with. And now, after that, I have started actually delving into what I'm using as a process, which I think is really important. But being sustainable and economically viable, I thought the crossover from food, like, you know, when the guy told me it's actually a food product, you use it in soup. And I thought, okay, that's good. So it's not dangerous. But I should have done my research and found out it was seaweed. But after that, I've been stuck onto seaweed and talking about bioplastics. Wait till my next collection comes out. It's going to be bioplastic corsets. It's going to be super sexy. It's going to get latex out of the picture.
Whoa.
Yeah. And talking about popular culture, and this is how fashion also helps, because this collection was bought by a woman who won the Grammys, and she spoke about seaweed.
Ah, very interesting.
So you have influencers who can really, really take it a very long way, and fashion has this huge potential to do it.
It does indeed. Fashion, food, these are really important. Chefs, these are really important influencers in the world of seaweed. Getting that message out. Camilla.
Yeah, maybe just adding top of that, yeah, the role of education and communication of the value of seaweed will be fundamental for like shifting consumer preference more and more toward these more sustainable alternatives, to always going toward materials, let's say, to more sustainable materials like bioplastic or textile. And their education and regulation play a key role to make this industry also economically viable. Because of course now we are competing with like petroleum-based materials, which are extremely cheap, but the price of petroleum-based material do not take into account the price we pay in terms of pollution, of health problem, because the whole community then pay the price of disposal, which is basically just polluting our ecosystems, which is in case of seaweed, there's not. So that's any biomaterial will always cost more than petroleum. So petroleum costs just paper, which is technologically, highly technologically level material, costs like 3 to 5 times more than petroleum. Now it's increasing because everybody's passing from bioplastic to paper. So I think that education and regulation have to really push for educating the consumers that this material will cost more, but basically the price you pay, you will get it back in terms of like end of life and cleaner environments.
Great. Jorun, when you hear all this, where does your mind go?
Well, I'm very happy to hear that there are so many interesting products and not only the food and feed, but and alginates, but also that we can use seaweed and the components for so many different things. And I think this is just the beginning of what we are going to experience in the future. So despite seaweed farming has been done for many decades in Asia, I think this shows us that we can have a lot of new products and sustainable products. For instance, this plastics I think is very interesting. If we can make sure that it is proper recycled, because that will of course be very important if this shall be a sustainable solution. But we really need alternatives to the petroleum-based plastics that we have today, and using seaweed for that is a great opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add a word that I think is quite important, which is compromise. Compromise not only from us, the seaweed stakeholders, to do our best to bring on sustainability in every step of our internal processes, from production to packaging, and trying to source, because actually we can have seaweed in almost everything, from our substrates that we use, that we farm our seaweed, up to the final packaging that we provide are in bulk or in consumer products. But also compromise from industrial leaders, companies that have been here for a long time, that are key in turning around economies around the world, and that should share or could share the risk also with the seaweed stakeholders that sometimes, like Brianna was explaining, are coastal communities, cooperatives around the world that are making the efforts in the recent years to grow and to validate our point, let's say. And I think sometimes there should be a compromise from these large key players around the global economy to share the risk and take the compromise of using more and more seaweed in their products and processes also. Yeah.
We're hearing quite a few partnership values being expressed in this panel. So let's see whether we have any questions from the audience. We do. I see a hand. I don't see a microphone moving yet towards the hand. I do now. Very good. All right. So please introduce yourself. Who's the question intended for? And is it a short one? Because if it isn't, then please make it so.
Hi, everyone. It's Lisa Bolton. I will try and keep it short. So imagine a world where agricultural subsidies were linked to ecosystem services. What would then be the biggest barriers for you in terms of scaling up? Would it be demand? Would it be regulations, the technical scientific knowledge, the license availability? So what would be the next big challenges?
What a fantastic question. Actually, rather than collecting questions, let's get some answers to this one, because I think there are many answers depending on who you are. So, and if there are other questions, please line yourselves up. Azadine, please just sort of get them in order. But who wants to take this one first? Yeah.
Hello, Lisa. Thank you for the question. I think that regulation is a key aspect, because it's cross-sectorial, and it will bring the standards on and force some actions to be taken into place. But also, as I was mentioning before, for scaling up, investment is needed. And sometimes to make things faster, even co-investment from end users and farmers and processors. So I think joining efforts in order to make these things happening faster, because the knowledge is here, not only from lessons learned from Asia, and of course for the high knowledge, capability, and development, research and development that is being done and at such a fast pace in the recent years, that now we need the other aspects of the value chain to come over. Yeah.
Camilla.
Maybe,
Yeah.
I can add, I strongly agree, and also from the point of view, for instance, of bioplastic, we strongly depend on all the value chain parts. So from the, we need the scale up of the cultivation or the harvesting, the biorefinery part, and the technological development of the bioplastic manufacturing. And for that, we need, of course, like regulation, but also, as you mentioned, commitment from like investors and companies that want to get into this innovative industry. Because if there is no, sometimes it's like it's almost the consumers are ready for that, and the corporates are still like not sure to be willing to get completely involved in that. And as long as there is no commitment from point of view of like big corporates, it's going to be hard to reach large scale in this industry from my point of view.
Oh, you don't have a mic.
Supplying contracts.
Supplying
contracts.
Right.
Closing contracts is the best way to
All right, Runa.
Okay, I'm going to be very quick. It really depends on the kind of industry we're talking about with seaweed. I come from the paper industry, so if we're kind of using seaweed in paper, there are a lot of regulations that are required when you make paper, especially when it comes to investment in recycling units for the water. So it really, and you also need a lot of investment because seaweed then goes into being handmade paper. And handmade paper is a cottage industry, and cottage industries are mostly government-led. So we need these kind of collaborations if we need to push forward these industries, not to just keep them where they are, but help these communities grow.
Terrific. Honk, and then we're going to have Brianna and Jeroen close. But I'm going to tee something up while you're almost about to speak. Everybody be thinking about one line on why you're passionate about seaweed.
Right.
Honk.
Okay. So regulation. I come on the same aspect. I'm going to give you a very quick example. We have identified many compounds in some of the seaweed that we are working on that are very good for immunostimulation. Animals, human, antimicrobials, very strong antimicrobials, antiviral, anti-coronavirus compound. Yeah. But we cannot develop it because you are stuck with the regulation. And a small company like us, the investment in terms of cost and time is so big to face that you rather selling for feed additive or going into the additive sector in order to make viable. It's a pity because this regulation, when I extract an antioxidant, I create fibers, and those fibers can go for bioplastics.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you could maximize the valorization, but because you're restrained by those regulations, in Europe you have the novel food regulation that I'm sure you're aware of. And this is really a strong constraint for companies like us.
Brianna and then Jeroen, and actually, why don't the two of you also say right now why, in answering this question, also add in why you're passionate about seaweed?
I mean, of course, I'll agree with regulation. I think everyone in this room probably does. That's absolutely the case. But I think additionally, something that's kind of outside of that is lack of innovation by large companies. You know, we often hear things like, yeah, but the price point's higher. It's like, well, yeah, but you know, you've been serving up the same schlock forever. So this is something that's different. And you have Gen Zs and millennials who care about where things are sourced. They care about the impact on the environment. And there's a value to that I only think some companies are now coming to, that there is value that they can build into things to right price products. We always talk about the true value of food and how, you know, food that's bad for you is cheaper than food that's good for you. The true value and the food that's worse for the environment is also cheaper. There's obviously a inconsistency there, mostly because of government subsidies in Europe and the United States that has created a system that doesn't represent the true value of food. The same is true in the true value of anything. And the true value of seaweed, there needs to be baked in the fact that there are people looking for more sustainable plastics, more sustainable textiles, and there are groups of people that'll get on board with that and be the first adopters. And there's also even like the large majority of people who will get on with that. But I think the lack of innovation at many companies looking for the same price point of the chemical derivatives that they've always used and trying to kind of emulate what already is out there is kind of a flawed thought process. And what I love about seaweed is its power to not only help the environment, but help people be better and do better. And I think there's very few products out there that you can look at, very few foods, very few inputs that have both a people and environmental value that is also happens to have wonderful uses and high nutrient values. So it's just it's a pretty amazing product in general. And I'm really excited for the innovation to come because we're just at the beginning.
Thank you, Brianna. Jorunn.
Yeah, so about the question, I almost forgot what it was, but I think if we are going to succeed with the seaweed farming and get this to be a really huge industry, I think upscaling of the more or less all the links in the value chain is needed. Technology development along the value chain to make the costs down. And why I am so passionate about seaweed is that I think this is a fantastic biomass producer. We can produce it even up here in Norway in the cold ocean that you see behind me here. It goes so fast and only use photosynthesis. So this is a huge opportunity that we need to explore and exploit.
Thank you. So we're going to end on the stage. We're going to go with Frank, Lena, Camilla. We're going to give Runa the very last word on this. One line. Why are you passionate about seaweed?
Well, 2 words. Madness. You have to be crazy to work for 20 years on this very difficult, complex biomass. But excitement, because it's so versatile that you can really open new ways and change many things with this biomass.
Madness and excitement. Lena.
It's their complexity, the seaweed, their complexity, the fact that they are such a defying but wonderful organism they can use in so many applications, but also the fact that it is spread around the globe with the different species that we can valorize locally in multiple applications and create an impact across the globe. I think it's rare. There's a rare resources that we could do that. Yeah.
Thank you, Camilla.
Maybe from a more scientific perspective, because it's an incredible source of extremely versatile biopolymers that can have different function and different characteristics. And from more a human being perspective, it's like I was in Norway some months ago. I had the chance to snorkel among this giant kelp. It's super beautiful, and I think it's much better to snorkel among the seaweed forest than in in an ocean of plastic.
Because it's beautiful. And Runa, you get the last word. Why are you passionate about seaweed?
If there was an SDG for creativity, I would put seaweed there. And the second thing is, it's a great connector. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our great panelists online, here in the room. Thanks for that great question. We're going to move on to the next segment, so thank you. I'm going to invite you all to leave the stage. And, of course, please stay on the line because you will want to hear our next 2 panelists. Now we're going to shift gears. It's time to start wrapping up. We could continue these conversations for so long. There's so much to be said. But what we're going to do here is invite Arne Matheson and Valerie Hickey, good, their titles are up here already, to have a conversation between themselves about what they've been hearing today or what their teams have been hearing, and to tee us up in part for a very important conversation that's going to take place tomorrow. We have a side event, an official side event, Any of you who are accredited, please be in the committee room at 11:30 to fill it up and fly the seaweed flag. And without further ado, I am going to leave the floor to Valerie and Arnie to discuss what have you heard and what should we take into tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Nichola. And I have to say, you know, I spend a lot of my life in events, and Nichola is one of the best moderators I've ever had the pleasure of listening to. Really, I think it's fabulous. To be able to explain and connect all the opinions and all the ideas on seaweed is amazing. But I want to start with an apology, because I'm actually going to leave the stage in about 4 minutes. So I'm going to ask a question, and then I'm not going to listen to the answer that Arnie gives. But instead, I've been lucky enough to work with this man. He's been one of my mentors for a long time, and we're going to sit tomorrow at the official side event in the UN Oceans Conference, and I am going to get to hear his answer. But it's interesting, when I was sitting in the audience, and if Runa thought she was out of place, there's nothing that scares someone who works in the development field more than when we hear words like biology, epigenetics, ecophysiology, because we don't know what they mean. Some of us do. I'm a conservation biologist by training, but I'm going to be what Carlos Duarte talked about, one of the skeptics, for a moment. So Arnie, here's the challenge. We're living in a very, very scary time, right? We have 44 million people in 38 countries on the brink of famine. Nobody's talking about seaweed. We've got slow growth everywhere. We've got countries that were wrecked. Their public health was wrecked. Their public finances were wrecked by COVID. Nobody's talking about seaweed as a way to bring money to these local communities or to country treasuries. We live in a world where emissions anywhere is leading to sea level rise everywhere. Climate change hasn't gone away. It can't be vaccinated. It can't be restructured. Nobody's talking about seaweed. So we're having a conversation here today, a fantastic conversation that doesn't seem to be translating into the development world. And I really wanted to ask you, for a market that today is $11 billion, that's 20% of the value of just the US pet food industry, so it's very small, but could grow to $85 billion, so the delta is enormous. It could help feed people, it could help climate change, it could do all of these things, and yet. So why isn't it working? Why isn't everybody talking about seaweed? And is it the rock star of the ocean, or is it forever going to remain a really interesting niche technical subject? Some people who've always eaten it will keep eating it, but the rest of us won't.
That's a big question. I think there are basically two reasons why seaweed hasn't taken off yet. One of them is a technical one, and the other one is a biological/genetic one. And the first one is the production system or the harvest system. We have not managed to develop production or harvest systems that are effective enough in volume terms for it to answer the demand, or create the supply, rather, to create the demand. And the second problem then, and it is linked to the earlier one, it's sort of the production and productivity link, is the nutrient density of seaweed as we know it today. It is probably similar to what wheat or barley were 10,000 years ago at the beginning of the agricultural revolution. Wheat and barley at that time was totally different from what it is today. And for us to use seaweed, for us to have seaweed as sort of is my dream, to a large extent replace sort of terrestrial ingredients in fish feed, for instance, and aqua feed, we need to go a long way towards solving these two issues. And if you follow the discussion in the salmon industry, and if you follow the development of the salmon industry, then the salmon industry didn't really take off until we kind of invented the cages, the sea cages, or the Norwegians, if you like, invented that. Before that, we had been experimenting for a long time with ocean ranching, particularly in the Pacific. It was, yes, it was working, but it was not taking off. And now, the present salmon industry is based on these cages, which is a very effective production system. It has its drawbacks, and we are now developing it in different ways, which will make it even better in the future. But it's sort of based on this original technology to have a comparison. But the controversies there are around the feed, the use of small-scale pelagics. There's nothing wrong with using it if there isn't a market for human consumption, but there are difficulties in managing it. But therefore, there is an opportunity, if we can move seaweed along, for seaweed to come into that huge market in a big way, which would then be a basis for all the things that I've been hearing about here today. Some of them I'd heard about before, but not all of them, which are sort of reflective of the potential of seaweed. And we need to put an emphasis on the technological side in the production and the harvesting, and we need to set up using modern animal and plant breeding technologies to speed up and do in 2 or 3 decades what we did in 10,000 years regarding our sort of staple crops today. Is this a good enough first installment?
So, Arne is asking, is this good enough? Anybody want to suggest? Please, go ahead. We need a microphone for you. No, I know you can, but we have people online. Arne, can you pass me a mic?
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go. Oh, all right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm Nadi, I'm a scientist. Actually, every company I've visited lately in the last 2 years, also in the COVID time, especially the big ones, they claim that harvesting is not a limit at all. In fact, some of them say they can double the harvesting, just put in more boats, but there's just no market. So even if they double the amount of harvest they have, they're still stuck with biomass that they cannot sell. So it's a bit contradictory what they say to what you claim here. What do you say about that?
Well,
I can give you names of the companies.
Yeah, I get your point, but there also needs to be marketing. And you have to have the products to follow up on your marketing exercises. These problems that I'm talking about with regards to the feeds, they're not new. They've been there for a while. So that opportunity has been there. But they haven't been pursuing these opportunities and utilizing them. And they need to do that.
Okay, so the challenge is not in the harvesting, it's in the marketing, or at least in exploitation of the seaweed.
No, I think the challenging is more in the harvesting than in the marketing. But if they say they can double it, they can double the production, then they should be doing it and using the marketing. But I'm just saying that there is a fault in their argument, because they should, if they could, then they should be marketing it, because the opportunity has been there.
Next question.
So our company, Sea & Flour, launched a line of bread going to market in about 10 weeks distribution in the US. And, you know, to keep saying seaweed is this interesting technical thing, I think that was the negative framing that was set up. You know, we looked at that. And so our product is organized around preventing hypertension, preventing osteoporosis, preventing climate change. Those three diseases touch most households. It's not that it's seaweed, it's the benefit of seaweed. When we looked at sourcing, you know, agreed, today the planting and harvesting of seaweed is insufficient for us to even have 1% of the market in the US. But just like the seafood industry that you know, held up, or the salmon industry, we're going through this incredible transformation, where up until recently, the majority of seaweed that we would utilize was wild harvested. And now the farming is starting. And the transformation in the seafood industry occurred in only a couple decades. So it is now mostly farmed and not wild harvested. So the technology is in a place for tremendous growth. I think the thing that's very interesting, though, is that there are these incredible market conditions right now to provide the financing for the seaweed industry that you might not be taking into account. One of them, obviously, is the carbon sink, and that countries are now realizing that that natural service is worth spending money to achieve. Companies are as well. And the other thing that I think about very recently is with the invasion of Ukraine and the energy challenges, there's also a natural gas shortage that is leading to a nitrogen fertilizer shortage. And here we have another enormous market where suddenly the price point for seaweed is attractive, not unattractive. So I would just say, right now the industry is going through a transformation that in a couple of decades grew the seafood industry from wild to farmed. And the technology is just about right there to kick off that decade or two of transformation for seaweed.
Yeah, well, I would have said that what you were saying now was sort of reinforcing my point, that the market is there, that you need to solve the production issue. And also the nutrient density, because that's linked together. You need to go for the genetic improvement as well. But there's one thing you mentioned that sort of surprised me a little bit in discussion earlier, and that was a discussion about wild or farmed. And obviously, you see it in the fish farming sector as well. But why is it an issue there? Why should it be an issue with seaweed? Do we ever see in the markets wild vegetables or wild cereals? I've never seen it in my supermarket, but then Iceland is not a very big cereal country, but lots of potatoes, a bit like the Irish in that way.
The mics, but also we do have another question lined up, so that might be a great cocktail reception conversation because we do have another question lined up, and then we're going to close out because I think Sandra, you're going to get the last question.
Oh, that's an honor. Thanks.
So please.
I do like the statement that we are 10,000 years behind in breeding, and that we need to catch up in 3 decades or so. I think if you look at how they grow seaweeds in China, the size of the seaweeds only, I mean, that is kind of evidence that there's catching up to do. And I also do think that we have the technologies for breeding and for genetic improvement. But, and this is the question then, who's going to do that? If I look at the companies that produce seaweeds now, they all use local species. They are forced or asked by governments to use local species. Consumers want local species. So this is a tricky thing. Who's going to make that step and do the genetic improvement of seaweed species?
Yes, who's going to do it? 20 years ago, I would have put my money on the private sector doing it. But since we went through the banking crisis and COVID, and now the war in the Ukraine, the pendulum that had been swinging towards the private sector and things happening and being decided in the private sector has swung back to the government. So there are more decisions and more initiatives sort of on the government side today, and the risk-taking is sort of, there's less willingness to take risks in the private sector than there was. So I would say that in the current atmosphere, you would need some kind of government incentives involved in pushing forward a large program in that direction. Unfortunately, I would like the private sector to have the guts to do it themselves. I want to, before you come on, I want to make one point, which is a sort of a trade-off in this. And that is the trophic level. And that relates particularly to the aquaculture sector. I think we absolutely need in the marine sector to go down the food pyramid to a lower trophic level, to be at a more similar trophic level as our food production is on land. You know, crops and ruminants, basically. We need to do that. But there is a trade-off in that, and that is that sort of the gem of the seafood, the blue food, the omega-3s, they concentrate in as they go up the trophic level. So we need to, in this foreseeable, or hopefully foreseeable genetic program, we need to look specifically at that, how we solve this trade-off with one of the compromises that Elena was talking about, perhaps. We need to think very carefully about that, where we place the marine sector in the tropic, with regards to the trophic level, to save the lost energy between levels, but also allow enough of the omega-3s to be found in the actual production that we are using.
Thank you, Arnie. I was going to invite you to make some closing remarks, but I think that you made your closing remark. You and Valerie are going to be on stage tomorrow and summarizing for Peter Thompson to hear. So Peter Thompson, the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for the Ocean. I probably don't need to say that to this audience. It's very important that he's coming to our side event tomorrow because he will be carrying messages into these various ocean policymaking fora that are extremely important for us. And we're really grateful to Arnie and Valerie for agreeing to do that kind of summary discussion. Please do come to our side event. I mean, let's give Arnie a round of applause for having a conversation that he wasn't expecting to have with the audience instead of with Valerie. Thank you very much. Thanks very much in advance. And this leads me now into the thanks segment. So we're closing. It's been an amazing afternoon. I don't know how you feel about this, but it's just been so energizing. There have been these great conversations, fantastic panelists, fantastic speakers. So my first word of thanks is indeed to all of our speakers. Just amazing. Really grateful to you. Thank you for all the substance, energy, insight, imagination that you've brought. Other words of thanks, and if I forget anybody, please raise your hand to say, hey, you should have thanked us too. Again, the fantastic technical team. A round of applause, please, for João Paulo and team. Thanks to Altice for lending us this fabulous venue. Very kind. Thank you to Altice. Thank you to the UNGC team here and the broader team. UNGC Norway has been particularly helpful. UNGC Portugal has been particularly helpful. We are so grateful for all the many ways in which UNGC has helped. The incredible steering committee members who stepped up, who said, how can I help? And did. And I want to give a special shout out to, is she in the room? Where is she? Anushka, there she is. Anushka, please stand up, take a bow. Because we needed somebody to be finding speakers and making sure that all happened smoothly, and you did just great. And all the badges, all of that. And to our fabulous secretariat team, who has just been amazing. And a special shout out to Azadine, because there's so much communication that goes into this work, and he's been tireless while he's been doing his PhD thesis. Just in case you didn't know this part, he's got a little, oh yeah, by the way, he's also working on his PhD. So. Thanks to all of you, to the audience, both online and here, for the fabulous questions, for your attention, for your participation, for your enthusiasm. It's all so welcome and much appreciated. Your engagement. Thanks to all of the members who took the time to write in to our survey. It's important. We want to hear from you. Thanks to those who may have, I haven't seen the survey results. Some of you may have said, yeah, I'd like to serve on the advisory board, or I'd like to serve on the steering committee. And if so, we'd love to tee that up as we move into a new mode. And we will be at some point renewing those bodies. And so we'll be very interested to hear from you. Or suggestions that you might have for people who could fill those roles. So please do consider that. And you don't have to respond to the survey for that. You can just reach out to any of us, whether it's me, whether it's Philippe, who's sitting in the audience. Actually, I should say a special word of thanks to Philippe as well, because he's been up on this stage so many times today and has been really a fantastic panelist. Thank you very much. Did I forget anybody? No? All right, I'll let you guys do that part. I was really, really touched by Valerie's very kind comments, and I'm really touched by yours as well. It's been a pleasure organizing this event, and looking forward to doing more. It is a worthwhile cause. It's fun to work on. That word fun came up before. It is fun working with all of you, and it's worthwhile. There's a reason that we're doing this, because we want to make a difference in the world, a positive difference. So thanks to all. Let's eat. There's a cocktail reception. Eat and drink. Thanks a lot.